Chapter 666. The Aurora Knight was the ace of the Northlands. Even before the Holy War, all of them were at least gold-ranked top-level knights. They had once been known as the strongest human knight squadron. And now, although they weren't as powerful as the Dragon Knight Squadron, they were still a strong candidate to become the strongest human knight squadron. As the ace of the Mist Alliance, the Donglan Principality, which was a major military power, naturally wouldn't mistreat these brave knights. Even though they were capable of summoning ice weapons and didn't rely on equipment, the Frigid Maw Knights were equipped with soft alloy magical armor, which allowed them to wear armor even after transforming. Plus, with the elemental tide and the changes in the realm of ice and snow, the entire Frigid Maw tribe's power level had greatly increased. This greatly increased the Aurora Knight Squadron's power level, although the Frigid Maw Knight Squadron had the same weakness as the Dragon Knight Squadron, which was that more than 90% of their combat strength came from their mounts. Rather than calling them knights, it would be more accurate to call them battle beasts that were paired with their trainers. Still, strength was strength. According to the olden generation standards, these knight squadrons were at least master in power level, which meant that they were at least legend in the olden generation. But now, one of them had fainted while the other was heavily injured just by patrolling some wild beasts. This was inconceivable. Fire element burns? In the Northlands? It was good that the night squadrons had returned. Soon, the one who was still conscious told me what he had experienced. It was common practice for mounted scouts to spread out and expand their scouting radius. Aerial Knight Raven only went to save his comrade when he saw the distress flare. But when he arrived, his comrade was surrounded by a pack of winter wolves and lion tigers. He had already fallen to the ground, but his mount was still desperately trying to protect him. When Raven went down to save his companion, he was ambushed by a red-clothed person. Not only was that red-clothed person capable of using fire magic, even those strange winter wolves were capable of spitting out black flames. Raven was at a great disadvantage. If it wasn't for Frigid Maw casting an ice barrier in time to protect Raven and Raven, they would have been in big trouble. Black flames. Nobody doubted how an ice attribute winter wolf could breathe fire. This thing was basically a signature of the lower plains. If it wasn't an evil cultist that worshipped an evil god, then it would be a demon or devil's lackey. It would seem that things were about to get interesting, but hearing that, I smiled. Finally, I caught the tale. One of the reasons why we were in such a hurry to return to the Northlands was because there was a new development in the Demon Abyss. The Devil's Abyss in the north was what the locals used to call it. The official name was Roadbed Valley. It was an area of caves and valleys where light could not be seen during the day. Since the demons had invaded the main plains several times this time, the dimensional defense laws there were already broken and incomplete. It wasn't difficult to throw something up from the lower plane. In the past, there used to be a Mist Kingdom fortress here. However, after the incident with Cavendish, the aura of the Chaos Abyss here had become much weaker. No new demons had been teleported here for several decades, so the newly reborn Mist Kingdom didn't have the energy to invest in the defense of this place. However, the Mist Kingdom still had a permanent surveillance station here. Previously, there had been an incredibly high concentration of magic energy, which doubtlessly meant that something had arrived from the lower planes. However, the sentries hadn't seen anything. The worst-case scenario would be a demon army with a demon lord. That would mean that everyone would immediately prepare for war. The best result would probably be a group of troublemakers. Since we still hadn't found any traces of a demon army, it was likely that only a few people had arrived. This was to be expected. Compared to the icy Northlands, which was a hard bone to chew, the other regions would be easier to deal with. There would also be more benefits. The demon lords weren't idiots either. Nobody would be foolish enough to attack a hard bone before all the fat meat was taken away. Although there were only a few visitors from the Chaos Abyss, this wasn't a small matter, nor was it a major one. If we didn't deal with it properly, it would still cause major trouble. Evil god sacrifices and devil plagues would be quite troublesome as well. Over the past few days, the Mist Kingdom had pretended that they hadn't done anything. But actually, they had sent out all their intelligence agents to investigate every unknown outsider. However, we didn't find anything. It seemed that the visitors from the Chaos Abyss had no intention of mixing into the crowd. And now we seem to have found their tails. It would seem that they intended to do something about the Beast Wave. I had originally expected that the Beast Wave's strength would surpass the previous record. Plus, with the actions of the apostles from the lower planes, it seemed like a headache-inducing development was right before me. However, I was filled with delight. Powerful enemies weren't scary. What was scary was the unknown. Over the past few days, I had been trying to figure out just what scheme the Mist Kingdom was planning. Kidnapping a powerful figure, inciting a war between the allied countries, blowing up the Casso Dam to create a massive flood. I was scaring myself. The more I thought about it, the scarier I became. The more I thought about it, the worse I would think of others. Schemes weren't scary. Schemes that had always been hidden behind the scenes were scary. Now that I had been exposed, I was naturally quite happy. But right now, the most important thing was, we're going to personally capture those bastards. I spread out my angel wings and flew into the air when a cold wind blew at me. I was so cold that my entire body trembled, and my muscles felt numb as I landed. It would seem that I was now at the top of the food chain with my normal ice resistance. Even though it had been almost a month since I had cast my forbidden spell, I was still far from being completely healed. I could only helplessly shake my head. I decided that I wouldn't be a burden to them. I would rather find a warm place to drink some hot cocoa while I watched those empty nights ascend to the heavens. Meanwhile, the silly cat on my shoulder was abnormally calm. She seemed to be sleeping with her eyes open. Actually, she had been like this ever since I began to regain some ability to move. She was the current empress of the elves. She had a rather ridiculous level of authority. But now that the elves were preparing to move to the Northlands, she had many things to worry about. Although her true body was by my side, her clone had been busy working with the elves and was about to die from exhaustion. As long as I didn't touch her, she really was just like a cat doll. Since I had to wait for the results, should I try drawing something on her face? I was rather hesitant, but the silly cat suddenly turned her head around. The black cat on my shoulder suddenly turned around 180 degrees, making me think of something out of a horror movie. Roland, I've made a new discovery. I definitely didn't intend to write meat slave or meat slave on your head. New discovery? What new discovery? And then I saw the silly cat forget what she had just said. She rubbed her head for quite a while and even conjured a mirror to look at herself. I was just joking. Haha, you fell for it. You actually took it for real? Am I such a boring and childish person? You are. The silly cat didn't trust me at all. She started inspecting her own body. She was even hugging her tail and inspecting it, as if she was worried that I had left some incredible words on it. Before this farce ended, the Sky Knights returned. They had someone to guide them to the Northlands. The Aurora Knights were as fast as the wind. It would be quite difficult to escape their pursuit in the Northlands. Several dozen Sky Knights, including Renee, personally acted. The Winter Wolves didn't even have time to react before they were instantly annihilated. The red-clothed man was also instantly captured alive. But when he was tossed in front of me, I saw traces of familiarity. Although he was wearing a cloak, he was actually a demon wearing a mask. When I removed his mask, I saw that there was nothing on his face. His face was like a whiteboard, and he had no eyes, ears, or mouth. His limbs were twisted like noodles, and his physical body was barely humanoid. He looked like a mollusk as he lay on the ground, as if he were a nightmare from a fairy tale. What is this? Evil. I cast Detect Evil Chaos on him. His body was so red that it was almost black. His twisted body was covered in an obvious black light. For him to be so chaotic, he was probably a demon or a devil. I nodded in satisfaction. I would leave the rest to the professional prison wardens. In front of cruel torture, the only difference between a devil and a mortal would be how long they could last. The nights that returned didn't only bring back this letter. They also brought back the corpses of several winter wolves. When I inspected them, some had horns on their foreheads and some had scales on their claws. It was obvious that they had been demonized. Most of the Northland's creatures were of the ice element or neutral element. They were also capable of spitting fire. Even if it was the demonic fire of the lower planes, this could only mean that they had transformed into a completely different species. This level of demonization was already far beyond common sense. My mood became rather heavy. This situation was probably no coincidence. Once the beast wave began to demonize on a large scale, the threat level would skyrocket. With this unexpected change, the previously jovial vanguard of the winter hunt suddenly fell silent. It was as if something invisible was shrouding us. The Mist Alliance was facing a scheme from the Holy Church, and there was a scheme from the lower planes as well. It would seem that we were truly being taken seriously. The other scouts soon received reports as well. They actually found traces of red-clad demons in other beast packs. It would seem that we weren't lucky at all. There were far too many of these demons, and they probably weren't afraid of losses. A storm is brewing. To tell the truth, the reason why I hated government work the most wasn't because I was too lazy to do things. It was because once you started taking things seriously, you would discover that the harder you worked, the more work there would be for you to do. The more serious and responsible you were, the more new responsibilities would fall onto your shoulders. That sounds reasonable, but the Holy Church's trouble is directly related to the forbidden spell you cast on the elves, isn't it? I admit to that, but the ones causing trouble in the beast packs are all devils. Speaking of devils, who do you think devils hate the most right now? Why did they come here? Are you certain that you don't need to take responsibility? I admit to that as well, but that's all you have to say to help the elves. Besides, who is the one who organized this migration? Since you brought the elves here, it wouldn't be wrong to take responsibility. Having someone who knew about your past was always troublesome. If she was a sharp-tongued woman, that would be the most troublesome of all troublesome. I was rendered speechless after just a few complaints. In that case, I became the root of all evil, and all the trouble was caused by me. Killing me would save everyone a lot of trouble. That's what you said yourself. Thinking about your current ranking on the Calamity rankings, I think that's quite reasonable. We were currently still in the Mist Kingdom's royal palace. It was just that the superior elf leaders were all here to discuss their future territories. Although we were laughing and commenting, this was a major problem. If we didn't deal with it properly, it would likely lead to civil war and internal strife. Although the Northlands was large, there wasn't a single piece of uninhabited land in the Northlands. On the map, even uninhabited territories would be part of a certain country's territory. Perhaps others wouldn't be able to develop this territory even if they took it. But if you just took it away, they would fight you to the death. Many people would be completely unreasonable when it came to territory. However, there was one piece of land that had always belonged to the elves. And now, that piece of land was the only uninhabited land in the Northlands. Yes, some people might have already recalled that the Tassel Kingdom of the Elves in the Northlands had its guardian god's death, which completely destroyed the natural barrier that controlled the climate. This overturned the natural laws of nature, which naturally resulted in the natural laws of nature taking revenge on the Tassel Elves. Endless natural disasters completely destroyed that piece of land. At the time, the Tassel Elves had already migrated to the Donlon Principality and became citizens of the Tassel Dukedom. Back then, the Tassel Elves had spent a lot of effort in migrating and settling the refugees there. Now 8 years had passed, and that piece of land had returned to peace. However, it had become a buffer zone between the Mist Alliance's Kingdom of the Elves and the human countries. Nobody had ever controlled it, and now it seemed that it was time to return it to the elves. However, Only when we truly began to do so did we discover that a series of troubles had come knocking on our door. Chapter 6, 67. When the Mist Alliance was first established, the Moon Elves from the Northlands had joined as well. Actually, the entire Northlands had joined as well. If the Moon Elves didn't join, that would be the equivalent of isolating themselves and becoming little lambs sleeping in the mouth of a dragon. But even though the Moon Elves had joined as well, their status in the Mist Alliance had always been quite awkward. How was the relationship between the elves and humans? Their bitter friendship didn't even need to be mentioned. The grudges between the elves and humans had already given rise to countless historical stories. It would be no problem for the elves to support countless playwrights and novelists. The core of the Mist Alliance was the two major Mist Kingdoms, and the Mist people were humans. In that case, the core of the Mist Alliance would naturally be humans. As for other species such as beastmen, Northlands barbarians, undead and underground factions, they were either allies from the very start or enemies that had been defeated. As long as one side was strong enough and the vassal side didn't have much conflict, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to join together. So-called joining together meant that there would be one voice telling us what to do, and nobody would oppose us. Joining together with the entire Mist Alliance sounded simple, but it actually included a series of actions and projects. Some of the most important ones were the construction of transportation routes, the redistribution of administrative responsibilities, and the unification of military ranks. These policies didn't seem like much, and they seemed like they were just for show, but they actually directly affected whether the Mist Alliance was truly united or just a pile of loose sand. In the past, the roads between different countries, if those muddy and messy mountain roads could be considered roads, then roads would probably barely cover more than 5% of the roads. Although build roads first if you want to get rich was just a slogan, it definitely wasn't just empty words. This was especially true in this era of cold weapons. The difference between horse carriages and walking wasn't just in speed. The amount of goods transported by horse carriages and horses was completely different from the amount of goods transported by horse carriages. When goods couldn't be sold, farm products were left to rot in the fields, and the price of goods transported from mines was higher than the price of ores. So-called development would be nothing more than empty words. As for transporting goods by air, not to mention the terrible ratio of air transportation to transportation costs, the Mist Alliance's airships alone wouldn't be able to handle regular transportation tasks. It should be known that while roads might seem inconspicuous, tens of thousands of people would use them every day. Not only that, it was a permanent investment. Every time they used air transportation, the Mist Alliance would have to calculate the cost to see if they would be able to make a profit. But unlike the residents of a certain world who desired a better life, the residents of the feudal era had lived like this for generations. They didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Relying on the heavens to make a living seemed like it was only natural. If the Mist Alliance really started building roads and started using labor, they would feel that it was too much. Not only did they feel that the Mist Alliance's domain's domain, but they also felt that the Mist Alliance, the domain's domain was the end. But the Mist domain's mist. The Mist domain was also the Mist Empire domain's domain. The Alliance, domain, lords, domain's domain. The Mist Alliance's establishment also meant that the Mist Alliance's domain lords were no longer afraid of being attacked by others for building roads. Not only that, Donglan, Sluer, and other countries were rapidly developing, as well as improving their citizens' living standards. Of course, the most direct part was that countless new gadgets had appeared, which indeed touched the hearts of the people who hadn't changed for generations. Many people now truly desired change. But to put it nicely, almost 20% of the Mist Alliance's total tax revenue over the past 8 years had been invested into the Mist Alliance. The Mist Alliance's road coverage had increased from 5% to 10%. Now, all of the Mist Alliance's roads had 4 lanes of stone. Although this number was small and the roads looked shabby, This already meant that all of the country's main roads were now passable. They wouldn't be completely cut off when it rained or snowed. As for the details, that was the responsibility of the various countries and domain lords. The Mist Alliance was already doing a good enough job as an alliance between countries. The completion of these main roads also meant that normal administrative tasks and documents could now be sent back to normal. Centralization of authority was beginning to replace the feudal system. Secret messengers from kings would often appear in novels and dramas. Although these messengers represented the people's sincere desire for justice and their enmity towards evil domain lords, they were also the result of inconvenient transportation and ineffective government orders. As communication became smoother and more normal, the redistribution of administrative responsibilities meant that the Mist Alliance's countries were no longer independent entities. Not only was the royal authority and domain lord authority weakened, but the various countries also began to follow the Mist Alliance's policies and plans. This gigantic Northlands giant now had a skeleton that could support itself. Of course, these policies had already received the approval of the various countries' kings. They were all quite shameless and wouldn't cause the domain lords to retaliate. It was best not to talk about this. Just the games and schemes involved would be enough to last several days. Following this was the mutual recognition of military ranks and the reorganization of the armies. This was the equivalent of giving all the knight squadrons, military officers, and knight nobles of the Mist Alliance's countries a number. This would allow them to recognize each other's ranks, and they would all listen to the Mist Alliance's overall commander under the name of their country's king. Of course, this would only be an unconventional arrangement that would only take effect during times of war. Normally, the knight squadrons would still be doing their own things. Only at this stage would the Mist Alliance's combat strength be able to cooperate with each other and be effective in battle. But this was only a brief introduction. The messy matters involved could be written into a novel. It would be far too long to go into detail. As for the elves, or more accurately speaking, the Northland's moon elves, the Mist Alliance's plan was stuck at the very first step. According to the original plan, the Mist Alliance would need to clear out a road to the Moon Kingdom of the Elves. However, one of the roads would naturally be the Tassel Kingdom of the Elves' territory. That was where the elven countries and the human countries were connected. There used to be a road there, and it was an excellent road built by the Tassel Kingdom. Although the natural calamity had caused severe damage to parts of the road, repairing the original road would be far easier than rebuilding it from scratch. No matter if it was in terms of time or cost, it would save more than 70% of the elven country's time and money. However, this area doesn't belong to any of the kingdom of the elves. We refused to pay for the construction of this road. From a certain standpoint, this was basically a lie. This road could only lead to the elves' territory. What did the elves' territory mean by refusing to repair it? According to the Mist Alliance's current policy, the local country would pay 70% of the cost of repairing the road, while the Mist Alliance would pay 30%. This was common sense as well as tradition. The local country would benefit the most, so the local country would naturally pay more. However, the Mist Alliance was only paying 30%, which was already an astronomical amount when considering the cost of masks. However, there was a small problem with this policy. As mentioned before, the Tassel Kingdom's territory didn't belong to any country on the map. The Kingdom of the Elves would use this reason to refuse to pay for the road, which was barely acceptable. However, there were also such obscure areas on the map. In the end, the domain lords all readily paid for the road. Nobody was an idiot. Refusing to repair the road would not only mean missing out on the opportunity to develop their infrastructure, it would also mean isolating themselves from the Mist Alliance's system. Yet the Kingdom of the Elves refused, completely refusing without leaving any room for negotiation. Did the elves have no money? Even the undead wouldn't believe this. The elves' exclusive magical products and artwork were highly profitable businesses. Even robbery wouldn't be as fast as the elves. Plus, with the elves' many years of savings, who would believe that the elves were actually poor? Were the elves unwilling to pay for the road? The amount of money and magical resources needed to maintain a low-temperature magical barrier in the Northlands would be astronomical. The elven mages who were so extravagant that they could even walk on air lived such extravagant lives. How could they possibly be poorer than the human domain lords? Nobody was an idiot. But since the kingdom of the elves insisted that this area didn't belong to them, the elves had no obligation to pay for it. The Mist Alliance held a meeting for 3 consecutive days. In the end, for the sake of the Mist Alliance's internal unity, the elves gritted their teeth and paid for the road. And then there was nothing else. After the road was constructed, strange things kept happening. Either a certain part of the road was suddenly haunted, or a certain part of the road was attacked by mounted bandits. The workers were chased away, and even their tools were stolen. More than 20 such incidents had happened in the past 3 months. Even an idiot would know that something was wrong with the situation. Yet the Mist Alliance's investigation team had returned on the very same night. It was quite obvious that the elves were the ones who had done this. What were the Moon elves trying to do? The Mist Alliance's higher-ups were all confused. In the end, the former Moon Elf Princess, Swana, told them the truth. The Moon Elves of the Northlands have always looked down on and feared humans. They're probably worried that they'll be devoured. All right, then, the elves didn't say it directly. Instead, they used such an uncooperative attitude to express their distrust of humans. Perhaps this was the elves' typical petty and indirect, elegant diplomatic trick. This time the problem was now the Mist Alliance's leaders. What could the human countries do next? Continue to forcefully construct the road? The elves were willing to pay for it, and the elves were willing to pay for it. Even if the elves were to wash their faces and try again, they wouldn't be able to accept it. Forcefully breaking through, forcefully interfering, and demanding that the Moon Kingdom of the elves fulfill their alliance? The elves were being quite careful. Even if everyone knew that the elves were responsible for this, they wouldn't be able to obtain any evidence. And even if they obtained evidence, would they be able to use this as an excuse to attack the elves? Not only would that be breaking the alliance's agreement and making all the other countries feel threatened, it would also be an actual invasion. At this time, the reason why the Moon Elves had so easily joined the Mist Alliance in the first place was revealed. The Moon Elves had such a plan from the very start. Rather than forcefully resisting the Northlands' unification, it would be better to join the Mist Alliance in name only and create their own small cliques. They would be independent and uncooperative. Actually, in the relatively direct and simple, political circles, this was already a brilliant move. This was the crystallization of the elves' thousands of years of political experience. It was indeed effective, but the elves have always been like this. They're always scheming, always looking at what's in the pot. They've obtained many benefits, but they're too scheming and don't want to give in at all. They're so short-sighted that they're blinded by immediate benefits that they lose everything in the end. The Tassel Kingdom of the Elves' road project had been stopped. The other kingdom of the elves' other kingdoms hadn't even started. The Northlanders had witnessed the Mist Alliance's rapid development over the past few years. Only the elves were still living their own independent lives. Did the elves regret it? No, they won't regret it. They'll only celebrate for defeating the humans' plan to devour the elves yet again. As for the development of the outside world, that has nothing to do with them. They're still living 10,000 years in the past. Swana's words were completely in line with my understanding of the elves. Even if the younger elves had objections in the elven kingdoms, the elders had the most authority. Tradition was incredibly important. The final result was that the kingdom of the elves had won in a way. The elves had maintained their own expectations, but the humans hadn't lost. The Mist Alliance would still be able to advance without the elves. Their nominal alliance would allow the humans to purchase special products from the kingdom of the elves and send students to study there, which would still benefit them to a certain extent. The entire Mist Alliance was becoming more and more unified. The second phase of the Mist Alliance project, the Milky Way project, had already begun 2 years ago. However, the elves were the only exception. The first phase of the elves' project hadn't even been completed yet, and yet they remained outside of the Mist Alliance. This had a terrible influence on the Mist Alliance. Since the Mist Alliance's leaders didn't have the time to play around with the elves, they could only let the elves do as they pleased. Although the elves had been able to endure it before, this time they were truly unable to do so. According to tradition, the Moon Elves in the Moon Kingdom of the Elves would become one of the 4 superior elf species in the new Northlands Elven Empire. But no matter what, the Moon Elves were the most skilled at scheming among the elves, and they were the ones with actual power in the new Northlands Elven Empire. They want the Northlands Elven Empire to establish Moonflower City as their capital, that isolated city located at the southernmost tip of the Kingdom of the Elves' territory. They want the entire Northlands Elven Empire to be isolated from them. They want the Moon Elves to retain the Moon Elves' rights to their territory since they're providing it to the Moon Elves. The Northlands Elven Empire's senators and guardians should be Moon Elves. The Empire hasn't even been established yet, and they're already intending to make the Empress a figurehead. The Moon Elves have a grudge against the Dark Elves. They want the Dark Elves to not step onto the new Northlands Elven Empire's territory. The 4 superior elf species, the Silver Elves, have only just arrived, and the Wood Elves don't have many members. Only the Dark Elves are strong enough. Are they intending to directly kick the other party out of power? They want independent diplomatic and military power. What's the difference between this and a civil war? Are the Moon Elves intending to start a civil war? I smiled as I slowly read out these documents. The elf tribe leaders in front of me were all trembling. The killing intent in the hall seemed to have solidified. In their eyes, what was going to happen next was going to be dozens of assassins jumping out and setting up a trap. I wasn't targeting anyone. In fact, I even smiled in a friendly manner at the Moon Elf representative Swana, who was pushed out. Judging from how she retreated several steps, it seemed that she didn't have much confidence in me. Or had I accidentally revealed my intention to use my blade? Moon Elves, I helplessly tossed the documents to the side. I had long since expected that things would develop to this point, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Previously, when Harloise had been crowned, the Northlands Moon Elves had been unable to elect a new Moon Elf leader. In the end, they could only have Swana, who had already become a gray blood elf and an undead, become the new Moon Elf representative. Ever since then, the Moon Elves had probably decided that if they couldn't come to an agreement, they wouldn't even acknowledge the previous agreements. My suggestion at the time was also a chance to break out of this situation. I would give Swana a chance to revive. Once she became a Moon Elf again, she would be incredibly famous. Perhaps she would be of great political use and change the current situation that was becoming more and more helpless. I had already lost all patience with the Moon Elf elders who had never experienced war and only knew how to fight amongst themselves. I was doing serious business, yet those bastards were holding me back. Swana's reply to me at the time was that she needed more time to think things over. Fine, I would think things over, but I was too busy, so I abandoned her. And so, I did my best to maintain a friendly smile as I continued asking questions. Swana, you've thought things over long enough. What's your final decision? To revive or to maintain your current state? I'll tell you beforehand that you'd better choose carefully. I've already lost all patience with the Moon Elves. I'm not threatening you, but your decision will affect the survival of all Moon Elves. I refuse to believe that the Northlands Elven Empire won't be able to survive with only 3 superior elves. Don't scare me. If this isn't a threat, then what is? Harloise Clone, who had been pretending to be a decoration, finally spoke up. The Moon Elf leaders all heaved sighs of relief. However, what she said next made them not know whether to laugh or cry. Actually, I really disliked the Moon Elves who always caused trouble. They were the ones who rebelled back in the day. Actually, I'm quite confident that the new Northlands Elven Empire will be able to develop quite well even with only 3 superior elves. Swana, don't worry and boldly refuse this idiot. None of the moon elf leaders said anything. However, their expressions were quite strange, as if they were holding back their panic. It was as if they were saying, "You've already said that. Refusing her will mean the death of the entire tribe. Who would dare to refuse her?" Chapter 668. The Chaos Abyss is glaring at us from the outside, and the Order faction is hostile against us. Even the Mist Alliance is having internal strife. We're in dire straits from both within and without. Could the situation get any worse? No, I can't say such a thing. According to my experience, every time you say, "Could it get any worse?" fate really will make things worse for you. Although I was sighing inside, I only habitually complained a little. In my past memories, this tattered ship that was full of holes had internal strife while still barely moving forward. That was the most normal situation. Everyone would shout, "Unite as one," and charge forward bravely without any consideration for personal gains or losses. They would also be brave enough to sacrifice themselves for foresight. Such a situation only existed in epic fairy tales. If I truly saw such a situation, my first reaction would be to slap myself to see if I had accidentally fallen for an enemy's illusion. In my memories, the reality was that everyone would always have their own plans. Even when fighting against external enemies, they would still be scheming against their own superiors and subordinates. They would complain about how low their wages were and how tiring their work was while forcing themselves to advance under the direction of mutual benefits. Back in the day, it was the same for Sulphur Mountain City. We had personally established the city, and our foundations were already solid enough. It could be said that this could be considered a rare paradise in the underground. However, there was still a lot of fun going on inside. The Parliament and Judiciary factions were hostile against each other. When the outside world was threatened by the underground lords, large numbers of citizens and officials joined the enemy's side. The Parliament, which was one of the core powers of the underground, even rebelled. Forget it, let's not talk about it. I liked the Knight faction and the military. I admired the Knight faction's loyalty and fairness. One of the main reasons was that the Knight faction was relatively simple. At the very least, they had to be simple in this cruel era. The Moon Elves were no idiots. They were just used to treating other species like idiots. They were causing trouble for us at this time because they saw the overall situation. They knew that the Northland's Elven Empire was about to be re-established. If we did a great cleansing of the Moon Elves at this time, it would definitely shake the hearts of the elves, which would have a great impact. That was why the Moon Elves took this opportunity to make a series of excessive demands, hoping to obtain benefits on the negotiation table that they wouldn't be able to obtain on the battlefield. If they really did as they wished, there would be no Northland's Elven Empire left. There would only be the Moon Elf Empire, and it would be an independent kingdom within the Mist Alliance. The Moon Elf Empress, who had just sacrificed herself, would probably cry or laugh in hell when she saw that the dream that she had been unable to achieve despite working so hard was being realized so easily on the negotiation table. Of course, I felt that even the most optimistic Moon Elf elders wouldn't believe that all of the Moon Elves' demands would be fulfilled. The Moon Elf elders had far too many bargaining chips, such as magical engineering, the undead, and beastmen. The Moon Elves had far too many demands, and they couldn't even begin. Either. The Moon Elves' elders. They were only certain that the Mist Alliance wouldn't use force to clean up its internal affairs at this time. They were probably taking advantage of this opportunity to obtain as much political capital as possible. This could be described as extreme scheming, or perhaps it could also be described as bottomless greed. However, the Moon Elves never considered that in the past, the Mist Alliance had allowed the Moon Elves to act independently and in small groups. The first reason was that the Holy War hadn't even officially begun yet, and the newly established Mist Alliance's stability was the highest priority. The second reason was that the leaders of the Mist Alliance were relatively moderate factions like Renee and Gleena. The Moon Elves had far too many chips in their hands. such as magical engineering, undead, and beastmen's combat potential. The Moon Elves didn't care about the distant kingdom of the elves at all. And right now, the Moon Elves' opponents were me, the person who had previously organized a major cleansing of Sulphur Mountain City, and the Gold Elf Harloise, who hated Moon Elves the most. And no matter how you looked at it, we were far from being a moderate faction. There was nothing wrong with the strategy of first stabilizing the internal affairs. When an external enemy was a tremendous threat, it would be far easier for internal instability to cause problems. When the internal threat had already fused together with the body's internal organs, the moment it was eliminated, it would cause great damage to the body's internal organs. Naturally, it wouldn't be beneficial to use force. And right now, the Moon Elves were no longer part of the Mist Alliance's system. At most, they would be nothing more than a sore on their arm. Harloise, I'll personally prepare a revival ritual to revive Swana. You'll personally handle the Moon Elves. Use the Dark Elves' manpower. It'll be more appropriate to use my name. I'm a professional scapegoat anyways. Clean up the house and welcome the new residents before the Elves' caravan arrives. Elven Butcher and Elven Destroyer had been on me for over 100 years already. Perhaps it would be nice to have a new title like Elven Executioner. I couldn't be bothered to argue with the Moon Elves anymore, since they still couldn't see the overall situation and our determination. Then let them be abandoned by the times. I would directly kill off the current Moon Elf leadership and have a Knight of Longblades or something like that. Then I would replace them with a new leader and give them some candy. I believed that Swana, who had an incredibly high reputation among the low-level elves, would be an excellent candidate. If I had any concerns before, I would probably have been concerned about how this would affect the entire Mist Alliance's reputation, as well as possibly causing the elves to panic about the humans. But now that all the elves would be involved, and I would be the scapegoat, there was nothing to worry about. Although rivers of blood would probably flow, what did that have to do with me? Please wait a moment. Many innocent people will be harmed. While the other tribe leaders remained silent, Swana stood up. Her entire body was covered in a faint white glow. The white light that kept spreading out indicated that she was extremely agitated. I chuckled. If she didn't stand up at such a time, she wouldn't be the Princess Swana that I knew. All right, Harloise won't do anything. If she does, there'll definitely be rivers of blood. You can do it. You've been helping the elves and the Mist Alliance for the past few years. Those tumors need to be eliminated, and those that can remain you should know. Swana paused in surprise. She hadn't expected that I would be so easy to talk to. Right after that, her spiritual body started trembling. She knew that, although in a way she had saved her tribe, she had done so by accepting the butcher's knife. But I'll say this first. Don't try to be a good person. If you need me to do a second cleanup after you've dealt with the elves, then that'll truly be killing without mercy. After saying this, I directly walked out of the door. I didn't even spare the stunned elves a glance. Swana's back was glowing with a faint light. Her heart was in utter chaos. That was all I needed to say. The rest would be up to them. If the final cleanup wasn't to my satisfaction, and they continued to be a burden, not only would I not be able to eliminate all the Moon Elves, it would even be possible that they wouldn't be able to leave their tribe behind. Of course, I wouldn't indiscriminately massacre them. If things developed to that point, I would simply disperse the Moon Elves and have them live together with humans like the Grey Blood Elves in the Tassel Kingdom. The Moon Kingdom of the Elves would become history. Is it really necessary? I really like that girl, Swana. Is it really necessary to force her to such an extent? It's precisely because she's nice that I'm helping her cut off all her weakness and naivety. She's probably going to hate me. Of course. You're forcing her to stain her hands with blood, and blood from her own tribe at that. Yet, you're still helping her become the Moon Elf tribe leader? You're basically pushing her to the top of a volcano. Even though she clearly only wants to live a peaceful life, she probably won't have a single good day in the future. Tisk peaceful life? Is there still a peaceful life in this world? Ever since she was born into the royal family, she's enjoyed the royal treatment for so many years. Don't say such foolish things. Besides, isn't it all for your sake? Will she even be able to turn back now? She'll definitely become even closer to the Moon Elf Empress. Wipe out everything in one go. How would that be possible? Unless she was willing to massacre the Moon Elves, there would definitely be hidden dangers left behind. Not only that, Swanna wasn't a cold-blooded and decisive leader. Not only would she massacre the Moon Elves, I estimated that at most the Moon Elves' prisons would be overrun. And as long as the politicians weren't completely annihilated, there would definitely be many hidden dangers afterwards. However, at that time, the one who would have a headache would be Swanna, the Moon Elf tribe leader. As for Harloise, she was the Moon Elf Empress who had appeared out of nowhere. She was probably most afraid of the superior elves being united as one. A united Moon Elf and Dark Elf alliance would become the rulers of the Elven Empire. It was unlikely that the Dark Elves would be united as one, while the Moon Elves were capable of working together. However, if they really rebelled, there wouldn't be any good ways to deal with them. Harloise took this opportunity to create an eternal rift between the Moon Elves. I wasn't making things up. Every few years, the Moon Elves would have internal strife, which would be a good thing for Harloise. Swanna's position as the Moon Elf tribe leader would be unstable, and she wouldn't be able to count on the Moon Elves' power. Naturally, she would become closer to the Moon Elf Empress Harloise, which would help her eliminate a hidden danger. Humph, as if I'd believe you. Aren't you just trying to eliminate the Moon Elves? You've probably had enough already. It's good that you're good at scheming, but if you're always scheming, you'll probably never be satisfied, and you'll always have new demands. That's far too troublesome. I shrugged and didn't deny it. The Moon Elves were far too troublesome. I was already tired of playing schemes with them. I wanted to clean up everything in one go. You're still going a bit too far. That girl Swanna is our only elf. It's so rare for her to be so pure. Naive? Pure? That would be a compliment in a time of peace. But since I was the leader of my tribe, naivety equated to stupidity and purity equated to lack of experience. Neither of those were good words. Elf? Oh, you mean the natural undead? If that was the case, there weren't that many natural undead in the mortal plane right now, and they were all sly bastards. It was inconceivable that one would be so pure. However, I chuckled. Previously, you were right about the only elf apart from us, but that's no longer the case now. I looked towards the south, where 2 of the 5 undead emperors were also natural undead. No matter if it was in terms of experience or danger level, they were far above Roland and Harloise. This was especially true for the undead emperor who had instantly cast a forbidden spell. He had instantly reached the top 10 of the calamity rankings. How he had accomplished this was still the hottest topic in the mage country. I had obtained a great deal of information from conservation and Osso, so I indeed knew how he had accomplished this. This only made me feel that he was even more unfathomable. The South is so troublesome. I really don't want to meet those undead on the battlefield, but I'm afraid that some things are difficult to avoid. Chapter 669. This 3-story brick building was rather old and outdated. It was built in the style of 3 centuries ago. The steps on the building had been washed clean, but they still had the smell of time. The decorative murals depicted the heroic deeds of the Mist Kingdom's ancestors. The worn murals still had the smell of paint on them. This was the result of a recent renovation. In front of this building, under a pine tree, there was a flat garden and empty ground. The rusty brass railings sealed off this small world. There was still some green grass in the flower bed, but at this time, only some withered grass and branches were left. Back in the day, I practiced my swordsmanship under this tree. This was a quiet corner of the Donlon Principality's imperial palace. This was also where I and a certain idiot lived back in the day. When I was confirmed to still be alive, Kelly opened up this dusty courtyard and had people clean it up and move in new furniture. 8 years ago, when I returned to the Northlands, This place was still under reconstruction. Kelly didn't tell me about it. This time when I returned, the palace's butler, Kelly, directly arranged for me to return to this courtyard, which gave me a pleasant surprise. The building was the same as before, and the garden was the same as before. Even the iron railings still had scratches left behind when I compared the height of the two youths. By the way, we were twins now, so was there any meaning in comparing? I felt like my past memories had just happened yesterday. Looking at this scene that was almost identical to my memories, was this what it felt like to be home? However, the empty old scenery made me feel a little lonely, and I felt a little sad. I could no longer remember what my parents looked like, nor could I remember the lessons from back in the day. However, these rusty and scattered memories had survived because they weren't too important. Should I be happy? How annoying! Click. The rusty railings were opened, and the metallic sound interrupted my thoughts. I looked over to see that it was the current ruler of this palace, Her Highness Renee. You, who are you? Is it Big Brother Roland? I paused in surprise for a moment before coming to a realization. I hurriedly adjusted the time accessory and changed my physical body's age to around 20 years old. Oh, this is a small toy that Marguerite made. It can adjust your physical body's age. It was a perfect lie. Although everything I said was the truth, my actions and expression made it seem like I was saying that I was using this accessory to change my physical body's age. Rain slowly nodded as a strange smile appeared on her face, as if she had seen through everything. Damn it! I had forgotten that these ape-type creatures all use their muscles to think and their instincts to distinguish truth from falsehood. Oh, what's that? I seem to remember. Dusk fruit? Although I said it as a question, I sounded certain. After all, this fruit that looked like a grimacing skull was far too shabby. Although it tasted all right, I felt quite awkward every time I bit into it. I could sense that the designer of this fruit was filled with evil intentions. This was most likely Amelia's handiwork. I was regretting my decision. I had already ordered the guards to not let anyone else in, so that I could boldly eat the fruits here and get used to my new body. However, I hadn't considered how the palace's guards would be able to expel the master of the palace. It was likely that with a single gesture from her, the guards wouldn't even need to notify me. Well, at this point, what I'm doing hiding here alone is pretty much revealed. That's right. I was hiding here to eat the dusk fruit. However, the effects of the dusk fruit weren't something that could be accomplished in a single sitting. Every time I ate one, I would need to spend some time to adapt to the changes in my physical body. This was to prevent my physical body from changing too drastically, which would cause my soul and body to become incompatible. I also had to prevent myself from eating too many dusk fruits in one sitting and turning into a magical version of Urashima Taro. It had already been half a month since the dusk fruit began, and I had only eaten 10 dusk fruits. That was an increase of 50 years. But to be honest, I had already given up on this bloodline. When I looked in the mirror, I felt like I was in the 4th grade of elementary school, and that I was still far away from graduating from elementary school. However, these dusk fruits were indeed effective. I could feel that my limbs were much stronger than before, and my mind seemed to be much clearer. If I used my system to explain this, then my 50 years of age meant that I had obtained the effects of strength +1 and intelligence +1. This was a tremendous improvement. Every time I asked my damned system how old my bloodline would be when it would reach adulthood, it would always mysteriously change the topic or play dumb, which made me feel even more uneasy. From a certain standpoint, this world was still somewhat fair. The more powerful a bloodline was, the more difficult it would be for it to reproduce, and the more time it would take for it to reach adulthood. Dragons, titans, and giants were the best examples. Elves would also take 100 or 200 years to reach adulthood, while gold elves with a gold bloodline would take 1,000 or 2,000 years to reach adulthood. I felt more and more that the moon elves were bastards back in the day. They actually dared to bully a girl whose father had died before she reached adulthood. A silver bloodline would take 1 or 200 years to reach adulthood. Many gold bloodlines would take more than 1,000 years to reach adulthood. As for diamond bloodlines, theoretically speaking, it would be quite normal for a double diamond bloodline to take more than 10,000 years to reach adulthood. Venerated goddess, if it really takes more than 10,000 years to reach adulthood, believe it or not, I'll take you down with me. What were you thinking back then? Tisk, you're trying to push the blame onto me now. Back in the day, who was the one who went around searching for the strongest bloodline? I kindly added my and Cynthia's bloodline into your bloodline. You should be grateful. These words didn't make me happy at all. Instead, I felt even more despair. I knew that something was wrong with this situation. The goddess of creation's bloodline had been casually given to me by her. It couldn't be 100,000 years of adulthood, right? If so, what was the point of having a powerful bloodline? Let's not talk about the increase in strength after adulthood. I've been single for more than 300 years. Don't tell me you're really planning to cheat me for tens of thousands of years. I don't think so. Cynthia and I were already adults when we were born. Back then, I didn't think that I would turn you into this. It was rare for my system to have a guilty conscience in her words, as if she had revealed some secret to me. So it turned out that my current state wasn't because she intentionally tricked me, but because it was an unexpected accident. However, I couldn't bring myself to be happy about this. From another perspective, the situation had completely spiraled out of control, which meant that I couldn't count on my system at all. I was even more displeased, but what was surprising was that the system actually took the initiative to admit defeat. Don't be like that. I can actually compensate you. Weren't you looking for the spring of the drowned woman? I can give you one. You can do that as well. Wait a moment. I wasn't looking for the spring of the drowned woman. It was Kolos who was looking for the spring of the drowned man. It's the same. In the words of my previous world, it's just changing a person's stats. It's quite simple. But if you help me with something, I'll give you the quest reward. What? I was rather astonished. This was the first time that my system had given me a quest of her own volition. I could sense the anxiety in her voice. Just what could make the creator goddess of chaos so nervous? Could it be that my next quest was to challenge a chaos main god? Or was it to poach a supreme immemorial dragon king? Help me pour the spring of the drowned woman on that subordinate of yours. I can sense that those elves and divine beasts are currently giving birth to terrifying creatures. This world is chaotic enough as it is. I absolutely can't allow even stranger creatures to be born. Absolutely not. Why would such a bastard appear in this world? I can't take it anymore. He's definitely not one of my creations. I was astonished. Beifeng was far too inconceivable. He was actually able to make the creator goddess of chaos scream so hysterically. It would seem that his descendants were creatures that greatly defied common sense and normal aesthetics. At that time, 2 magic bottles suddenly appeared out of thin air, one blue and one red. Even the quest item and reward were given to me in advance. This didn't seem like the petty system at all. It would seem that she had truly been astonished by the top of the calamity rankings. Using the spring of the drowned woman on Beifeng? Just imagining that scene would be indescribably beautiful. And why did I feel that even if he was changed by the spring of the drowned woman, my system would still fail, and he would still be blinded in the end? Still, there was no harm in trying. At any rate, I wouldn't be the unlucky one. As for refusing, I kept thinking about it, but couldn't find a reason to refuse. This would be so interesting. Cough, I meant that I was doing justice for the heavens. Perhaps I could even be removed from the calamity rankings because of this. Brother Roland, are you practicing your sword techniques? Renee's words brought me back to my senses. However, I carefully glanced at the red and blue bottles in my dimensional storage again. If these 2 bottles broke, it would be quite a joke. Rain's question was still echoing in my ears, so I nodded my head in response. What other explanation could there be for this half-naked person standing in the middle of an empty space other than practicing swordsmanship. Could it be that I could explain that I was afraid of accidentally transforming into my clothes? I nodded, but Renee had a delighted expression. In that case, Brother Roland, let me practice with you. I've improved quite a bit over the past few years. I glanced at my surroundings and then smiled. Then I nodded as I said, I refuse. I'm not going to fight against an idiot who can't completely control his power. If his power leaks out, this entire courtyard will be destroyed. This place is incredibly important to me. I didn't need to say the second half of my sentence. I unhesitatingly refused. Seeing how Renee didn't hesitate to hide her disappointment, I actually felt rather happy. Right, Brother Roland, I heard that you're going to revive Encina? This was probably why she had come to find me. I nodded. Since she had already begun her preparations, it was only natural that everyone was talking about it. I heard that only natural undead can be revived? Renee's eyes were filled with expectation. It seemed that she wanted to get a different answer from me. I frowned. I pretty much knew why she had come here. You want to revive your family? Yeah. I can't do it. No other existence can. Several minutes later, I became even more afraid as I watched Renee's dispirited and disappointed figure. Indeed, I hadn't lied, but I hadn't told the complete truth either. At the very least, I had lied about the natural undead's limitations. My revival abilities were far stronger than what I had shown them. Renee had a strong will, but even she couldn't resist the temptation of reviving her family. If I had told her that I could revive a person who had died for a short period of time, then the entire world would probably have gone insane. Countless powerful individuals and kings whose family had just died or were about to die would come looking for trouble with me. Fortunately, I made preparations in advance. However, I still need to be prepared to deal with trouble. Even if I told her about the limitations of reviving, there would always be people who would see through my lies. Or there would be people who hoped that it was possible to revive their family members. As long as 10 level 4 existences like that came, they would definitely be quite fierce. I would still be in quite a bit of trouble. In that case, let's make this revival even grander. Make it so grand that the vast majority of people won't be able to afford it. Chapter 670. It was still the same familiar building, and it was still the same uninvited guest. However, this guest made me want to scream for help. On the other side of the tea table was a sleepy old man. His snow-white beard reached the soles of his feet, and his slovenly appearance was somewhat similar to that of a tramp. However, the magic power under that old and decrepit body was as deep as the sea. I could feel the endless magic power as I sat across from him. However, not a single ripple could be seen outside the room. Yongya? What a perfect life form! The old man put down his teacup and slowly looked at the tea in his hand. It seemed that he was quite satisfied with the tea. However, I knew that countless pairs of eyes were staring right at me. Lord of Withering, Sandro, was the ruler of the Corpse Plane. He was an undead emperor who was even more experienced than Aso. He had previously been the chief senator of the Tark Republic, and this time he was the most prestigious undead emperor among all the undead emperors who had come to this plane. Not long ago, Sandro had shown off his inconceivable ability to instantly cast a forbidden spell in front of the mage country's archmages. However, only those who understood Sandro's field of research would know that it wasn't a forbidden spell at all. It was just a regular spell with the power of a forbidden spell. Right now, Sandro should be fighting against the archmages and dragons at the front lines of Bardi. Yet, he had silently appeared in front of me. I had just received combat reports 2 days ago that he was currently patrolling the front lines. It would seem that either he had the ability to teleport over a large area, or he had fooled everyone. Sandro had never opened his eyes before, but his soul eyes were able to see through everything. The perfect life form he mentioned probably referred not only to his physical body, but also to his soul. While Sandro was sizing me up, I was also doing my best to analyze his existence. Withered one, waterless dust, corpse spider emperor. Every undead emperor had reached maturity by stepping over countless corpses. I didn't dare to be careless in the slightest when facing such an opponent. Senior, why have you come here? To revive? Sandro was also a natural undead. It would make perfect sense if he had come here for this. However, Sandro shook his head and didn't say anything. His smile seemed to be mocking me, as if I had underestimated him. The living belonged to the sunlight, while the dead returned to the dust. I'm not one of those juniors who yearn for the past, so why would I be obsessed with life and death? I've come to find you for the promise you mentioned before. Promise? I paused in surprise. It wasn't that I didn't promise anything. It was that I had promised far too many random promises. On the battlefield, most of my promises to my enemies were just nonsense meant to sway them. When I had expressed my goodwill to the Tark Republic, I had also promised many IOUs. I didn't even know which one I had promised, but very soon he thought about it. For Sandro to put down his important matters and come over, the person must be of a higher level. Then there was only one possibility: land? Sandro nodded slowly, which doubtlessly confirmed my guess. I was actually rather astonished. I had only suggested a dimension outside of the mortal plane. No matter how I looked at it, the undead emperors who had sworn to conquer the mortal plane would only be a backup plan. I expected that they would come looking for me after they suffered a setback. Now that the undead army was at its peak, they were already looking for a way out. I didn't hide my astonishment, because I also needed an explanation from Sandro. You've done an excellent job, really. You've done so well that we've even begun to disagree. I felt like I needed a translator. Sandro loved to say things that didn't make sense and then have people guess. If he guessed correctly, it would be natural. If he guessed incorrectly, it would make me seem foolish. Oh, all right, old geezer, I'll play along with you. Let's all guess together. I had a calm expression as I said this, and then I shut my mouth. The room fell into an abnormal silence. Cough, cough, Phil, help me out. It seemed that Sandro couldn't stand this situation any longer. His subordinate walked out from his shadow. He was a middle-aged gentleman dressed like a mummy. Your Majesty, Yonya, greetings. My lord hasn't spoken for far too many years. Please allow me to express his words. Far too many years of silence. That was understandable. After all, undead of a lower power level would only need to use their thoughts to give orders. As for undead of a higher power level, even if Sandro wanted to communicate with other undead emperors, it was likely that he could directly send his subordinates. It seemed that he didn't like to speak in riddles. Rather, it was simply that he had too few opportunities to speak, which caused his ability to speak to deteriorate. This was truly a problem of extravagance. I nodded, indicating that Sandro could do as he pleased. My lord, what you mean is that you've done far too well. We can't believe that the undead are actually able to live together so harmoniously with the living. This reminds us of the Tark Republic's golden age. That's why the undead emperors had different opinions about how to treat the living. The mummy named Phil didn't seem like his kin at all. He was quite eloquent, and I gradually understood Sandro's situation as I listened to his description. It was far different from my previous guesses. The senators of the Tark Republic had different opinions about how to return to the mortal plane. Some undead emperors desired to rebuild the Tark Republic. Some only wanted to come to the mortal plane to harvest souls and flesh, and some didn't even intend to return to the mortal plane. Even the senators of the Tark Republic had a completely different attitude towards the living. In that case, their way of doing things would be completely different as well. Let's use an individual as an example. Aso was one of the core members of the Tark Republic faction. However, his attitude towards the living was much gentler. He hoped that he could establish a new Tark Republic where the living and the undead could live together and return to civilization. As for undead Emperor Sandro, He was also a veteran senator who had lived together with the living and the undead. His political views were similar, and he was basically a staunch supporter of the Tark Republic. However, even Conservation, who was quite close to Osso, was also a staunch supporter of the Tark Republic faction. However, she was filled with hostility towards the living. Originally, she didn't have a strong desire to return to the mortal plane, but recently, she had been completely focused on taking revenge. She had even intended to establish a country for the undead in the mortal plane. Thanks to her greatly improved personal power level, she faintly became the leader of the Tark Republic faction. However, after entering the mortal plane, whether or not to use undead calamity to slaughter and transform all the living into the undead directly caused the undead calamity to clash. There's only so many people, yet there are so many factions and disagreements. You've all worked hard. I couldn't see Phil's expression due to his bandages. However, old Sandro had a fatigued expression, as if he also had a headache. It can't be helped. Those undead emperors are all one of a kind. I nodded. Of course I could understand. Those undead emperors who were able to surpass the theoretical limits to become undead emperors were all extremely paranoid. And paranoid undead emperors were extremely self-centered and difficult to compromise with. Not only that, these undead emperors were all supreme existences who ruled over entire planes or continents by themselves. Not to mention, they were all mages who looked down on the gods. It would be strange if they were easy to get along with after so many years. I had previously speculated that since they were all mages, the undead emperors would probably have a method similar to the Truth Symposium's alliance system. Every undead emperor was an authority in their own domain. Naturally, they would all be paranoid undead emperors who wouldn't listen to others. Only mutual benefits would make them work together. There was no such thing as superiors or subordinates. It would be impossible to convince anyone else. As for other powerful existences, they could use their power level to distinguish who was superior and who was inferior. However, mages of the same power level had very little to do with power level. After all, who would have the greatest strength to be the boss? That would be just like the barbarians that the undead emperors looked down on the most. Not only that, many times the outcome of a magic battle wasn't just a battle of power, but also a battle of wits. Luck would also play an important role. If the order in which they attacked changed, the result would be completely different. It was quite possible that two undead emperors with similar power levels would have a completely different result if they fought again at a different time. Even if the undead emperors used power level to compare, it was possible for anyone to break through a bottleneck in their own domain. Then their power level would explosively increase, and then the result would change. Constantly changing rankings would be nothing more than a joke. The most difficult people to deal with in the world are probably dictators and crazy and paranoid scientists. The undead emperors are both. It's already a miracle that they're able to get along with each other peacefully. Perhaps it's because they used to be friends with each other, but there seems to be a gap between them. All in all, I deduced that the Undead Emperor's alliance would definitely be an extremely loose alliance. All the Undead Emperors would have nearly equal statuses, which was why I was in disbelief when I heard that they were actually working together to defeat the Bardi Empire. 5 Undead Emperors like me and Harloise working together to play Mahjong? It's possible for us to get along? Dream on. My prediction of the Undead Emperors was that each of them would lead an army, open up a dimensional door, and attack an entire country. Anything they defeated would belong to them. This was the most suitable battle strategy for them. His Majesty Asso and Her Majesty Conservation are both gone. It's already impossible for the Undead Emperors to come to an agreement on who should be the main attackers. So, under His Majesty Shupna's suggestion, the 5 Undead Emperors decided to work together. This is the first time they've worked together, but judging from the results, it's likely that this will be the last. It turned out that the Tark Republic spies had been roaming the Northlands for the past few years. The veteran Undead Emperors were quite tempted by how the Mist Alliance's undead and living interacted with each other. The veteran undead emperors suggested that the Mist Alliance's undead shouldn't have any blood feuds with the living, leaving room for reconciliation. However, the irascible Shupness tossed out an undead calamity right from the start, which then snowballed. Shupness was quite accurate in his judgment. He knew that there were some things that would be impossible to turn back from once you crossed the line. The undead emperors who were on the side of harmony saw that there was nothing they could do about the situation. They weren't exactly kind-hearted people, so they wouldn't show any mercy to their enemies. And so, everyone worked together to defeat the undead calamity. It was quite fun to just defeat the undead emperors, but halfway through, the undead emperors began to split up. Undead Emperor An, who felt that it was enough to just obtain a large amount of souls from the undead emperors, requested to go harvest souls from weaker countries instead of the Bardi Empire. She was only average among the undead emperors, and she needed a tremendous amount of souls to strengthen herself. From a certain standpoint, she was the only undead emperor who truly desired war. The undead emperor who heard that the great demon empire had actually returned from the dead was furious and wanted to go all out against the great demon empire. He had also experienced the great demon empire's era. Just like Aso, he came from the desecration plane. From a certain standpoint, he was both Aso's brother and Aso's subordinate. It should be mentioned that Sandro also really wanted to go make trouble for the great demon empire. Of all the veteran senators of the Tark Republic, which one of them hadn't crawled out from a bloody battle between humans and the great demon empire. The blood feud between the great demon empire and the great demon empire had long since become irreconcilable. In fact, the great demon undead emperor's current goal was to fight his way to the Bardi capital. The great demon undead emperor Shupness from the Death Fog plane was the youngest undead emperor of the Tark Republic in terms of both physical appearance and personality. He was unable to understand why the other undead emperors were so obsessed with the great demon empire. He had a good relationship with conservation, and both of them wanted to establish a country of the undead. Shupness' current goal was to fight his way to the Bardi capital. Undead Emperor Sonoma from the Blood Curtain plane was probably the strangest of the undead emperors. Nobody knew what he was thinking. He had left without saying goodbye on the way to the Bardi capital, leaving only an incarnation behind. It was precisely because he had left by himself that the undead emperors were at a disadvantage in the magical battle, and the last undead emperor was Grandpa Sandro. His choice, he had already arrived in front of me. Plus, he was a member of the undead emperor's faction, who was in the peace faction. The undead emperors are all so unique. Although Phil still had no expression on his face, I could hear that he was about to cry. Indeed, the undead emperors were divided into 5 factions. They didn't even care about their allies and did as they pleased. Their personalities were indescribably unique. Actually, I could already sense that the undead emperors would probably split into several factions with the same number of undead emperors. The final result would be the same. You've all worked so hard. It was truly pitiful to be the subordinate of such an incredibly egotistical group of bastards. My words were quite sincere. They were filled with sympathy and understanding. It's good that you understand, as expected of the only new undead emperor in recent times. The mummy Phil had an expression of gratitude, as if he could see the light of the future. You finally understand how hard we've worked? Do you still remember Sulphur Mountain from back in the day? Harloise sent me a message through our soul connection. Would you really give up if you didn't comment on me? At the very least, I'm better than these bastards. I recalled the Sulphur Mountain city of the past, and all sorts of scams and explosions flashed through my mind. Causing trouble for my subordinates? I recalled the scene of Diana vomiting blood in anger over and over again. The more I spoke, the quieter my voice became, and the less confident I sounded. Cough, if only Hong and Aso were still here. As long as Aso was still here, we could probably still sit down and talk. Sandro's tone was filled with helplessness, as if he himself felt rather embarrassed. From a certain standpoint, This couldn't be blamed entirely on the Undead Emperor's poor coordination. Aso was the one who had organized the Undead Emperor's alliance. Now that the organizer was no longer here, there was nothing that could be done about this. I finally understood. It turned out that the Undead Emperors attacking with their full strength wasn't because they were decisive. It was because they knew that the longer this battle dragged on, the more the Undead Emperor's alliance would collapse. While they could still fight, the Undead Emperors would win in a single wave. If the Undead Emperors couldn't stop the Undead Emperors would win in a blink of an eye. If the Undead Emperors managed to stop the Undead Emperors, it would be game over. Now that Barty had just stopped the Undead Emperors, the 5 Undead Emperors had 5 different ideas and 5 different actions. Not even the God of Fate would know what would happen next. I felt that the silent Sandro before me was becoming friendlier. It was obvious that he wasn't representing the Undead Emperor's alliance, but rather himself. He said that the living and the undead in the Mist Alliance had a good relationship with each other. This doubtlessly indicated his attitude. Perhaps this was a once-in-a-lifetime breakthrough. Chapter 671. Splitting apart? The undead had never been united to begin with, much less splitting apart. As a mage, they would forever pursue the endless truth. They would maintain a certain level of respect and friendliness towards other archmages. This was because they were all the same in the pursuit of the truth. On the surface, they would only show respect to the gods out of respect for their powerful strength and to avoid trouble. A pure mage would never truly lower their head to any powerful existence. The enemy's strength would only attract their interest and curiosity. They would analyze, imitate, and learn from the enemy's source of strength in order to become even more powerful than the enemy. A true mage would never devoutly believe in a god. That's because a true mage will only be curious about the god's source of power. They'll firmly believe that as long as they can analyze the god's source of power, they'll become even more powerful than the god. Then, they'll send the god to their dissection table to verify the results of their research. Truth Symposium Archmage Desecrate 11. The Halettum generation was probably the most excessive when it came to this. Even if the Halettum generation was able to reverse time and explore the mysteries of the cycle of reincarnation and the soul, they would still end up walking down this path. The Tark Republic, the undead country, had also reached a dead end because of this. That was why mage organizations were usually loosely organized. This was something determined by their very nature. It would be quite difficult for mages to go any further if they were researchers who offered their bodies and souls to imperial power. The reason? In the world of magic, knowledge equaled power. The foundation of research and exploration was suspicion and analysis. If one lost the ability to question everything, how could they possibly break through the mist and discover new knowledge? Such a loosely organized alliance would also be impossible to have a strict hierarchy of superiors and subordinates. At most, the alliance would be formed based on a certain senior's reputation and connections. Obviously, such an alliance wouldn't be able to pass the test of time. Aso's early departure caused this alliance to lose its most important core member. The undead emperors all knew that it was only a matter of time before they all went their own ways. That was why they had chosen this method of helplessly joining forces. And the moment they were stopped, it would be the day that they would all go their own ways. In that case, everything that I could do was right in front of me. Even though I'm personally witnessing it, I still don't dare to believe it. Right now, we were only secretly sneaking out of the royal palace and wearing thick white wolf fur capes as we strolled around the streets. What astonished the undead emperor wasn't the high-level magical engineering products. Rather, she was astonished by a street vendor's business. The vendor was a high-level undead skeleton who was currently promoting his bone-style accessories and children's toys. Meanwhile, the buyer was an ordinary citizen who had no power at all. The two sides were haggling over the price so much that they were practically spitting saliva at each other. The high-level skeleton was clearly able to kill the other party with a single slap, but it was still smiling and explaining its design concept and cost to them. The buyers were obviously tempted, but they still tried to lower the price. This was actually a very common scene of trading goods. But this kind of business between the living and the dead was probably not seen in other areas. How is this possible? That skeleton general was really trying to get into those women's good books, even though he could have easily killed them. And those women aren't afraid at all. I could understand Sandro's mentality. For people like us, no matter how extravagant the information and spies told us, we would always be skeptical until we personally witnessed it. Oftentimes, even if we personally witnessed it or heard it, we still wouldn't believe it to be true. But this time, Sandro had suddenly visited Sandro. Thanks to an undead emperor's understanding of soul wavelengths, it was impossible for him to deceive the souls before him. This seemingly simple business scene proved one thing. In Definder, the living and the undead were all ordinary citizens. In their own minds, there was no foundational difference. In this generation where power represented everything, and in this world where the undead were equal to evil, Sandro found this scene even more incomprehensible than a forbidden spell. I believed that this scene was one of a kind and unprecedented in history. In the past, there had been cases where the undead and the living coexisted in the same country. However, no matter if it was the ancient Tark Republic or our Shiluo Empire, the undead and the living were never the same. Although the undead and the living both originated from the same country, they lived on two parallel lines that didn't interfere with each other. In Shiluo, most of the living were slaves and the lower social class. The higher-ups were all undead. During the Tark Republic's era, most people chose to cultivate undead magic. Political leaders and high-level officials also went missing, choosing to become undead mages. Becoming a high-level undead was actually a way for the living to become famous. It could be said that the undead still controlled and enslaved the living in both countries. The natural difference between the undead and the living made it incredibly unimaginable for them to coexist peacefully. How did you do it? This was the same question I had asked when we first met, but I fell silent. After all, it was indeed a miracle that I was able to reach this point. It was a miracle created by many coincidences and certainties. It was impossible to replicate. Let's talk as we walk. As we walked deeper into the business district, we saw that it was still quite flourishing, even though it had already snowed several times. The temperature had long since dropped below zero. Even the carriages had stopped moving. However, there was still an endless stream of vehicles selling and buying goods on the streets. In the past, the business district would have long since closed for business at this time. After all, it would be impossible to do many transactions by relying solely on human labor. Goods that couldn't be transported would only be a burden, and wouldn't even be considered goods. But now we were walking past hastily. For them, the year-end/early year sales had only just begun. Some of them were riding snow versions of iron horses, motorcycles. Some of them were using tracked wagons. However, even more of them were using the best-selling products of the Ghost Carriage Company. Skeleton horses, ghost horses, and zombie horses were nightmares for the living. Now they were pulling sleds, wagons, and carriages that didn't know what fatigue was. In Definder, the competition between magical engineering and undead magic for transportation was becoming fiercer and fiercer. Normally, ordinary horse carriage companies would be able to participate in the competition. However, it was currently winter, and it would be better for horses to stay in a warm stable for the winter. It would be quite a waste of medicine to treat frostbite. Since iron horses relied on magic to travel, they didn't have the problem of stalling in winter. There were also many snow variants of iron horses. The goblins, who were skilled at making money, had long since introduced a special winter model. However, their relatively high production cost meant that they were at a disadvantage in the civilian market. Meanwhile, a skeleton carriage controlled by an undead acolyte with 2 zombie laborers attached could be hired for a day for only 3 gold coins, which was much cheaper than the iron horse, which was sold for at least 500 gold coins. Unknowingly, this carriage had already taken over 70% of the winter transportation market. Since undead magic had low talent requirements and low learning costs, There were more and more civilian undead mages in Definder where it was legal to study undead magic. The price of hiring undead mages was even decreasing. I heard that the undead mages were currently discussing whether or not they should establish a guild to regulate the price of undead magic. I silently traveled the entire way and became distracted. However, Sandro seemed to have realized something when he saw the scene before him. Link undead magic to the common people's benefits in order to eliminate their unease? That's indeed a good idea. However, the Tark Republic did the same thing back in the day, but the effects were far inferior. I shook my head. Common benefits weren't the crux of this. It was only the result of the undead being accepted by the common people. I would have a headache if this scene before me caused the undead to be mixed up. How should I put it? This is probably a coincidence that can't be replicated, but also a type of necessity. My thoughts returned to the past. Everything had probably started on that day. The defeated undead knight army raised their tattered battle flags and hesitantly returned to their homeland. However, they were accepted and welcomed by the Definder citizens who still remembered the will of the Mist. This was an opportunity as well as a miracle. Out of nostalgia for the Mist country and respect for the historical heroes, as well as respect for this undead knight, the Mist royalties guarantee, and my personal return, the Mist citizens accepted this undead army. The Undead Knight Army was once a member of the Mist country's Royal Knight Squadron. They deeply loved this land and regretted not protecting their citizens in the past. How could they possibly harm the living? And for the living, these Undead Knight Army were heroes who had protected their country in the past. Under Princess Renee's guidance, these heroic knight returned together with Prince Roland. The living only knew respect and trust. Trust required the hard work of both sides. Their accidental return achieved the best result. The dead began to be accepted by the living. But just this wasn't enough. As the Undead Knight Squadron became more active, the Royal Knight Army spread out to various core industries in the Mist Country, such as alchemy, military affairs, winter hunts, and even construction. These Guardian Knights' activity greatly improved the citizens' lives, as well as greatly improved the relationship between the living and the dead. Using this as an opportunity to spread the knowledge of the undead, the Ancestral Knight Army continued to protect their own reality, eliminating the Mist Country's prejudice against the undead. This made Definder a holy land in the dreams of all undead mages. Countless undead mages traveled thousands of kilometers to come here. As for why it was called a miracle, it was because the subsequent developments met with a miracle. The establishment of the Sinless City allowed even unfamiliar undead to be proven innocent. Only after the people of the world no longer had prejudice against the undead could friendship and trust be established. Only after that did the benefits brought about by the great development of undead magic, as well as the open practice of undead mages. Only then did the living and the dead get along as equals. It could be said that this scene was the result of countless coincidences, including Wumian's miracles. But it was also inevitable. Without the return of my knight army, without the adorable citizens who accepted the Ancestral Knight Army, and without the Mist war flag that had protected this land for thousands of years, this miracle wouldn't have been possible. I had no intention of hiding these things. As I spoke, Sandro fell silent as well. He was thinking, recalling, and making an important decision in his heart. Replicate such a scene in other places? That's impossible in the short term. However, this land doesn't reject the undead. You've seen it for yourself. In that case, what do you think of the Tark Republic? This will directly affect our future choices. If you think that the Tark Republic is a country for the elderly, and that only by conquering a country for the undead can we be considered to have revived the Tark Republic, then there's nothing for us to discuss. If you think that the past civilization is a type of cultural inheritance, then perhaps there's plenty of room for us to communicate. Chapter 672. Negotiations were essentially about compromising. Both sides would pay a certain price to reach an agreement. That was why, in a negotiation, if one accidentally revealed one's own territory, one would be forced into a passive position. And if the other side blocked the crucial part of the negotiation, it would be only natural that one would lose. In that case, the moment that I learned of Sandro's desires, I was already destined to have the upper hand in this negotiation. Since our bargaining chips weren't equal, it would be impossible for me to lose. Sandro needed my help, and I didn't care if he didn't exist. Our unequal negotiating position not only gave me the upper hand, but also allowed me to state any price I wanted. At the very least, I know that Osso definitely doesn't desire a country of the undead. He spent so much effort to corrupt all of Bardi in order to create a country where both the living and the undead could coexist. A pure country of the undead wouldn't be able to last long in the mortal plane. A country of the undead would break the cycle of reincarnation from the very start, cutting off the source of belief. Even if the gods could tolerate it, the natural balance of this land would eventually collapse. The undead emperors were mages, so it was impossible for them not to have researched such things. Even during the Tark Republic's prime, the undead emperors weren't foolish enough to transform everyone into undead. That would be the equivalent of cutting off the entire country's future and hope. In that case, there's only one way for you to revive the Tark Republic. Rather than working so hard to conquer a territory and then using countless years and goodwill in exchange for peace with the humans, why don't you just join me? After all, the Mist Alliance has already accepted the Shilu Empire, so why can't we have another Tark Republic? In normal situations, reviving the Tark Republic would first require victory in the Holy War, obtaining a piece of land amidst the vicious battle between order and chaos, and then establishing a new country. After establishing a new country, the undead emperors would also need to consider their relationship with other species, as well as the attitude of the newly born gods. The undead emperors would definitely be at the myth level. Those old undead emperors would definitely be powerful enough to threaten the gods and main gods. The main god conservation definitely wouldn't be the most difficult undead emperor to deal with. From what I knew, Sandro was far more dangerous than 10 conservations combined. But even if the undead emperors worked together, even the most optimistic scenario wouldn't guarantee victory in the Holy War. The undead army was incredibly powerful. They had high-level, strategic weapons, and an endless supply of cannon fodder. Their greatest weakness was the living's natural hostility towards the undead. It would be impossible for them to have sufficiently strong allies. The giants would have to worry about being turned into bone giants by the undead. The dragons would naturally be hostile towards the undead because they were bone dragons. The gods were even more hostile towards the undead who broke the cycle of reincarnation and wasted belief. Right now, the undead still didn't have a stable territory. They were still in a weak position. The entire world still didn't take them seriously enough. In fact, the undead were even viewed as chess pieces that could be used. But if the undead really managed to occupy enough territory and re-establish the undead empire, which was a positive trend, then the entire world would become the undead's enemy. The Shilua Empire was the most qualified to say this. After so many years, not only did the Shilua Empire not have a single ally, other countries were still hostile towards the Shilua Empire, even when their entire territory was a desert or swamp where the living were forbidden. The Shilua Empire was always on guard against the Shilua Empire. As long as the Shilua Empire dared to attack any human country, they would definitely be greeted by a righteous allied army. This wasn't fair, but it was the truth. Compared to racial discrimination, discrimination against the living and the undead was something that was only natural and absolutely righteous. The undead and undead mages' actions throughout history also gave the Shilua Empire sufficient evidence to support this discrimination and prejudice. Unless we also find a no man's land, it's impossible for the undead empire to re-establish itself. I refuse to believe that any wise undead emperor wouldn't be able to see this. However, an existence capable of overcoming the theoretical impossibility and becoming an undead emperor had managed to find a method. That's right, it was Aso. Aso's plan was quite comprehensive. He slowly made his plans, and then he would invade a certain country, like a parasite. He would then use that country's shell to develop international relations. The living and the undead would live together, and the undead would gradually become the country's backbone. This would make other countries tacitly acknowledge the undead's existence and lower the level of hostility. Then, when the time was right, he would change the undead's skin. Wasn't this quite similar to establishing a fake government in an enemy country? Indeed, it was the same thing in terms of reducing hostility and variables. But now, this was no longer possible. It could be said that the moment that Aso collapsed meant that the undead invasion had mysteriously failed. And as I analyzed Aso's memories and knowledge, not only did I feel more and more admiration for him, I also understood why Aso had given me all of his memories. The mage country's Cloud Tower's nuclear bomb aimed directly at the Truth Symposium, the alchemy formula capable of transforming Bardi citizens into undead, the control over Orlos, and the list of spies among the various countries' higher-ups who were tempted by the undead and tempted by the undead. These were all major killing machines. It was obvious what would happen if they fell into the hands of an ambitious schemer. For Aso, this was a gamble. It was a gamble of, since there's no worse choice, why don't I just toss the nuclear button to another undead emperor and try it out? It was a gamble with no chance of losing. If I was a normal undead emperor, no, as long as I was an undead lord like Harlois, no, even if I was an ordinary human, just imagining what I would do after obtaining these chips was enough to terrify me. I would take over Aso's information network in the Bardi Empire and carry out a large-scale transformation of the entire country into undead. I would then use my control valve to control Emperor Orlos, directly taking control of the entire Bardi kingdom. I would also be able to use a nuclear bomb to kill all the mage country's higher-ups, completely eliminating the most dangerous external threat. And then all I would have to do was wait for the Holy War to truly arrive. Various undead emperors would descend, and the undead calamity would arrive. During this process, I would obtain many benefits. In fact, I would even be able to take control of the strongest country in the entire continent and become a supreme ruler. But by then, the Tark Republic would have a stable foundation and would have more than half successfully revived. The Tark Republic would also have a golden start, and the undead emperors wouldn't miss out on such an excellent opportunity. The possibility of the Tark Republic splitting apart would also be greatly reduced, and Aso's dream would be realized. This wasn't a random guess of mine. As I analyzed Aso's memories, not only did I find the reason why my analysis was so slow, I also found the key that Aso had set up for me: the desire for greater power and authority. Desire power and an even higher status. I shall give you the bargaining chips and power to become the ruler of the Bardi Empire. This sounded quite Chinibu, but this was the key that Aso had set up for me. And when such a treasure was right in front of them, how many people would be able to resist their instincts? Desiring more power and authority was basically a natural instinct for all living beings. Ambitious individuals would naturally use the bargaining chips that they obtained to become even more powerful. And so, Aso's goal had been realized. It could be said that if it wasn't for the fact that I was a bit of a freak, I meant that I was different from everyone else, I probably would have fallen for Aso's trap. And if it wasn't for the fact that I was so ambitious, which would be unthinkable for an undead emperor, my analysis speed would naturally have been much slower. In that case, the nuclear bomb that Aso had left in the Truth Symposium really might have been detonated by Aso, which would have prematurely eliminated the greatest threat that the undead emperors were likely to face after invading the Bardi Empire, the human archmages. Right before Aso's death, Aso had completed such a scheme that had a deep understanding of human nature. No matter if he won or lost, he would have benefited from it. Even if he died, his dream would still have been realized. Even though I had raised my opinion of undead Emperor Aso countless times, I still had to admit that I was impressed. I was getting off topic. Looking at it from another angle, killing Aso had truly been a stroke of luck. And Asso's death also meant that the Tark Republic's revival had met with an obstacle. The undead emperors were no idiots. In fact, it was the opposite. Their intelligence was definitely at the peak of the entire universe. They were willing to agree to Asso's invasion because there was a chance of success. Now that the success rate had been greatly reduced, they naturally began to make their own calculations. Everyone's morale was gone. Not only would they be unable to lead the undead emperors, they would also directly disband. Although the undead emperors themselves knew that this would only result in them disbanding and returning home. This seemed to be an acceptable result. At the very least, it was better than gambling everything they had on a gamble with a low chance of success and losing everything. Actually, when I thought about this, I felt that sometimes it was better for people to be a bit more foolish. Many idiots manage to accomplish great feats through sheer willpower that smart people would never be able to accomplish in their entire lives. Meanwhile, many smart people who could have accomplished such feats felt that they were impossible and a waste of their lives and time. So they gave up on the opportunity that should have been theirs. But from a certain standpoint, the undead didn't have much need for the mortal plane, which was the main reason why they lacked fighting spirit. They weren't like the other dimensional invaders who desired more space to live and a better future for their species. Apart from a very small minority, most undead emperors had only returned to their mortal plane for the sake of their former country's glory. They would immediately retreat and start making small calculations at the slightest setback. Cough, cough. I seem to have gotten off topic again. Let's get straight to the point. Asso's unexpected death caused all of the undead emperor's original plans to become nothing more than bubbles. This also caused the undead emperors to all have their own plans for survival. And now, the withered one before me had come looking for me. What do you think of the Tark Republic? Do you want to revive the Tark Republic's civilization? Or do you want the name of your country and the return of the undead senators? This is directly related to the possibility of our future cooperation. Actually, I was just asking the obvious. If it was the latter, Sandro wouldn't have come looking for me at all, nor would he have been surprised and astonished by the sight of the undead and the living coexisting as equals. Sandro wanted civilization and culture to be passed down. But right now, as long as Sandro said this, it would be the same as stating his own goal in the negotiation beforehand. In that case, it would be my turn to casually state a price. Sandro, the withered, opened his mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. Just as I was wondering if he was going to force himself or use some new negotiation technique, he suddenly waved his hand, causing that mummy translator to jump out again. Sandro then started panting heavily while clutching his neck. I then understood. Sandro had spoken far too few times, so he didn't even know how to use his vocal tract anymore. He was so agitated that he couldn't speak anymore. In the past, Sandro had probably gotten used to using the soul language to give orders. But for existences like us who were souls themselves, using our souls as we pleased would be a type of provocation and highly dangerous. It would be best to avoid it if possible. What His Majesty desires is for civilization to be passed down. At the very least, he wants the Tark Republic's history and culture to be re-established in this land. Thankfully, this mummy translator was quite eloquent. This was quite a timely addition. I could understand what he was thinking, because this was also Asso's original goal. He had originally intended to forcefully teach the Tark Republic's ancient language to the newborns after the undead took control of Bardi. He would also forcefully promote undead magic, the Tark Republic's history, and other subjects. He would then extend this to politics, philosophy, arts, and other humanities. He would then gradually revive the entire Tark Republic's civilization. For other countries, this would require conquering the Tark Republic. But for us, this wouldn't be difficult at all. The Shillua Empire had both undead and humans living together to begin with. Not only that, the Shillua Empire didn't have any culture or inheritances. Part of his goal would be achieved by bringing in the Shillua Empire. The Mist Alliance had already made the practice of undead magic public and normal. Even the Elven Empire had been revived. It wouldn't be impossible for us to revive the Tark Republic as well. All we needed to do was give up some resources from the Shilua Empire. Compared to the tremendous benefits we would receive, this was nothing. Besides, if the Mist Alliance was able to have the last laugh after the war, there would be plenty of empty land to be had. The Mist Alliance had no conflict or hostility towards the undead, so reviving an undead republic with more living people wouldn't be a problem at all. The Mist Alliance is the only country in Ike that can accept you. You've already seen how popular undead and undead magic are here, but how much you'll receive in the end will depend on how much you pay. We had plenty to offer, but we didn't need to pay much. No matter how I looked at it, this seemed like a business deal worth looking forward to. To be honest, I felt that as long as Sandro was willing to help, it would be worth it. Not mentioning anything else, Sandro was one of the strongest undead emperors in terms of combat strength. Of course, I wouldn't tell him the truth. Reviving an entire country wouldn't be a simple business deal. It would be impossible for us to sign a written agreement this time. The undead emperors were still openly attacking Bardi. If news of this spread, not only would it shake the undead's morale, it would also cause the Mist Alliance to be labeled as colluding with the invaders. At that time, not only would we be isolated internationally, the Holy Church would even have a reason to go on a northern expedition. There are some things that can only be done, not said, since the Tark Republic intended to revive in the Northlands. They would definitely send over valuable treasures such as personnel, magical information, historical documents, and so on. The Northlands would then prepare space and personnel to receive these resources, as well as arrange for orphans and youths to learn the Tark Republic's greetings. Once the Tark Republic's revival was presented to the undead emperors, it would be a matter of course. If the undead emperors were satisfied with the revival, that would mean that they recognized the new Tark Republic. Anyone who dared to touch the Northlands would be the same as daring to touch the undead emperor's lifeblood. As for what the other undead emperors did, I wouldn't care. The only undead emperor who was willing to ally with me was Sandro. Of course, I absolutely couldn't leave behind any written evidence or evidence for this. As for the rumors that might spread due to information leaking, well, there were plenty of rumors in this day and age. I could just stubbornly deny everything. Wasn't a mega empire's special privilege to be a professional rogue diplomat? Just saying some empty words to deny some rumors would be far too easy for the Mist Alliance's propagandists and diplomats, as long as there wasn't any concrete evidence. Finally, Sandro opened his eyes. His eyes were completely blank, but his outstretched arm and forced smile were doubtlessly a sign of a deal. Once the undead and the living's right hand clasped together, this shadowy alliance would be completed. Chapter 673. Right after the New Year, Sandro silently left the Northlands as well. We discussed many things and came to many agreements that weren't even on paper. It could be said that we had a great time together. During this process, we both reached a tacit agreement to forget about a certain undead emperor who had gone missing. I would never release conservation. Avoiding a deadlock in a negotiation that was destined to be impossible to reach an agreement was a type of technique. According to our agreement, within 2 months, a group of high-level undead would enter the Northlands under the banner of the Shilua Empire. They would bring with them large amounts of resources, as well as teaching materials that would help train the first human undead mages. As for me, Sandro was indeed a generous trade partner. He wasn't stingy at all when it came to teaching juniors. Both Harlois and I benefited greatly from him. Of course, as a trade, we also paid a certain amount of our research results. Normalization of magic, from a certain standpoint, the reason why undead emperors were so dangerous was because their research results had already surpassed the limits of the creator goddesses. Many seemingly unremarkable things could also be incredibly dangerous as long as one studied them deeply enough. Actually, in the real world, where you would die if you were beheaded, this wasn't a video game world where you wouldn't die as long as you didn't run out of health. Discussing combat strength and level would be a joke. As long as you could pierce an enemy's vitals, a rusted dagger would be no different from a forbidden spell. Sandro's research direction began with the normalization of divine arts, buffs, debuffs, and other enchantments. He first researched why some spells could be effective for a long time, while others would only be effective for an instant. Then he moved on to how to make a short-term explosive spell be effective for a long time. This was like turning something rotten into something magical. It seemed quite difficult to understand. Then let's give an example. For example, if I made a fireball into a buff spell, the existence that was buffed would constantly explode with flames, burning everything like the sun, transforming a life form into an energy form, and then into a magical form that's inconceivable. As for how he accomplished this, he didn't explain it. I believed that it was impossible to explain it either, just like how I was unable to explain how I created the 7 original sins with words. Ignoring the process and only talking about the result, the final result was that he gave up his physical body and turned into magic. His entire body was a spell, ultimate withering. The withering spell was a 7th circle necromancy spell. It was not very powerful, but it was extremely destructive to living beings. The principle of the spell was to extract all the water in a certain environment and make them wither and die. The spell was very destructive to living beings, but not to the undead. Of course, with Sandro's power, he could also turn bones into powder. The undead would not be able to withstand it. As for Sandro's physical body, beneath his decaying body, there was a withering spell that was becoming more and more intense. This spell was perpetually evolving. Previously, the fairies had said that Sandro had instantly cast out a forbidden spell, but in reality he had simply removed his disguise and transformed into a withering spell that could cover the entire plains, forcibly blocking the enemy's forbidden spell and greatly injuring the ordinary warriors. In the undead world, this wasn't any big secret. As long as Sandro had attacked before, it would naturally spread. This was also the reason why he was nicknamed the Witherer and Lord of Withering. This was also how Sandro had broken through the limits of an undead's natural physical body and soul to become an undead emperor. He had already transformed into magic. What else could possibly restrict him? From a certain standpoint, he was no longer an undead. In fact, it could even be said that he didn't belong to any species at all. I had long since learned this information from Osso. This was also why I said that Sandro was more dangerous than 10 conservation combined. Other forbidden spell mages would have various restrictions when using forbidden spells. Casting a forbidden spell would cause them to enter a long period of decline. However, Sandro was able to instantly transform into a forbidden spell without any restrictions. If he really gave up on everything and started to destroy the living, that would be an unstoppable calamity. The price to pay was that Sandro, who had transformed into magic, was no longer able to use normal undead magic. However, this restriction was incomparable to the destructive power of his forbidden spell transformation. Sandro was a strategic weapon of destruction. He didn't attack, but the moment he attacked, he would furiously create no man's land and change the entire world's map. It should be mentioned that any area that was swept over by Sandro's map attack would be destroyed. The soil, plants, and animals would all be destroyed. The soil would lose all moisture and turn into deserts. The undead would also be reduced to bone, dust within Sandro's domain. Neither enemy nor ally would be able to survive. Sandro would obtain an entire undead plane. This was a power that could only be used for destruction. Sandro was unable to create anything, but he could destroy everything. Sandro didn't have any so-called myth-ranked weapons. Or, to put it another way, he himself was a myth-ranked weapon. Not only that, Sandro himself was a form of magic. That meant that apart from dispelling that frightening forbidden spell, there was no way to destroy it. Sandro was an eternal existence that no one would be able to deal with. The other undead emperors were also quite dangerous. However, from Osso's memories, he unhesitatingly viewed Sandro as the most dangerous existence of all. Even in the immemorial divine wars, no god had been able to make Sandro submit. This was why I had previously said that just obtaining Sandro's combat strength would be more than enough. Even in a divine war, Sandro would still be an excellent card. Perhaps Sandro wouldn't be able to destroy a main god by himself. However, he would be able to destroy everything that a main god possessed, while the main gods would be unable to kill him. Actually, main gods were only an evaluation to begin with. They were existences capable of easily suppressing powerful gods. An ancient existence like Sandro had long since been forgotten by history. There was no main god's evaluation of him at all. However, not a single main god would say that they could easily defeat Sandro. But judging from his defeats in the immemorial divine wars, Sandro also had a natural enemy. And his natural enemy was in his enemy's faction. This was why Sandro didn't dare to do as he pleased. Let's not talk about this for now. Sandro generously gave us many of his research results. Many of these results were far too advanced for me, so I needed more time to absorb them. Harloise, on the other hand, benefited greatly as she communicated with Sandro. In return, I also gave him a new discovery. Although it was only a low-level first circle magic spell, in a way, this discovery could change the entire world of undead magic. Mana Bone Creation, a first circle undead magic spell. It would consume a certain amount of mana to create some bones that could be used to cast undead magic. Alright then, some people could probably tell that this wasn't my invention at all. It was Undead Emperor Conservation's personal discovery. At the time, I forced her to her limits, making it so that she didn't have any resources to create new cannon fodder. She forcefully created something from nothing, using her endless mana to create an undead giant as her trump card in the final battle. In the end, after she was defeated, the results of her research naturally fell into my hands. Not only that, I complained about how wasteful she was. This was a spell with the potential to change the world, yet she used it as her personal trump card. That was far too wasteful. Cultivating undead magic required resources. Corpses and flesh weren't something that could just be obtained by the wind. Although it was now quite easy to obtain corpses due to the many years of war, these were still the accumulation of resources from the past. As more and more undead magic cultivators appeared, there would naturally be more and more tomb robbers. At that time, many problems would arise. Not to mention, the promotion of undead magic was no longer something that only undead mages could do. The development of new magical engineering technology brought about great developments with each passing day. No matter how the technology developed, it was only natural that the more spellcasters were the source of magic, the better. Compared to other types of magic cultivation, the cost of cultivating undead magic was low, and the requirement for talent was low. Even if an undead acolyte didn't have the ability or talent to become an official mage, just selling magic and selling zombie labor would be enough to support themselves. Actually, portable death mana batteries were becoming more and more popular in the market due to their low price. Making all mages, even if it was just undead magic, would obviously improve the entire magical engineering civilization. However, the problem of resources had been brought up multiple times by others. Magical bone creation was essentially no different from using magic to create ice or earth. Both involved the conversion of magic and the elements. I felt that the successful research on bone creation was directly related to the fact that the power of death had become one of the 4 major elemental powers. Otherwise, the previous undead mages wouldn't have missed out on such an important technology. For conservation, who lived in the ice plane, and for an undead emperor who was already at the top of the undead plane, such an accidental invention probably wouldn't mean much to her. After all, she could easily summon countless undead as cannon fodder. However, this was an incredibly important foundation for the entire undead magic system. This, as expected of the only undead ruler in the past 3,000 years. Amazing, truly amazing. Sandro was rather frightening when he opened his eyes. However, his words were filled with genuine joy. I felt rather embarrassed. but I wouldn't tell him that Conservation was the one who invented the undead Emperor Carwins. That would also bring up a topic that we had intentionally ignored, the missing undead emperor. Conservation had now become Yongia City's limitless mana source. With her as the core, an undead magical engineering factory was currently being constructed. This was a core project that was directly related to my personal power development. How could I possibly stop? Ahem, let's not talk about such things. At the very least, Sandro had left with a satisfied expression. We had also obtained quite a lot of benefits. Harloise was now one step closer to becoming an undead emperor. I also had many new ideas about the magic sword that represented death. Old antique Harloise was quite knowledgeable. Since we were all working together, he wouldn't be stingy. All of our questions were answered. His experience and knowledge that had been tested by the passage of time had greatly benefited us. At our current level, it was already quite rare for someone to be able to point us in the right direction. If we accidentally took the wrong path, it was possible that we wouldn't be able to return for several years, several decades, or even several centuries. As Conservation's knowledge system was gradually revealed, and Asso's knowledge system was unlocked, a tremendous amount of undead knowledge was being accumulated for me. Harloise, Asso, Conservation, Sandro, and myself. All 5 undead emperors' knowledge systems were placed before me. It was likely that my power system would become unbalanced. My knowledge in other areas would be far inferior to that of undead magic. But if I had something to eat, would I really spit it out? Cough. Getting back to the main topic, I felt like I could do something now that all the undead secrets were placed before me. Perhaps I would be able to give everyone a fright. You should first obtain a myth-ranked weapon and become a semi-god. The 4 magic swords are quite ambitious, but none of them have matured yet. Be careful not to meet a powerful enemy that will directly kill you. Also, I can't wait any longer. Isn't it because it's too difficult? You can't wait any longer? Do you think you can break through? Have you found a method to break through? Harloise's words surprised me for a moment, but then I was delighted. A magical pet's power level couldn't possibly surpass its master's. Since she felt like she couldn't wait any longer and felt like it was time to break through, that would be a tremendous difference in power level. I can give it a try. I'm about 50 to 60% confident in breaking through. Also, thanks for your contribution. I was rather astonished by Harloise's words. Other breakthroughs could be accomplished by taking medicine or studying secret techniques. But undead emperors were the equivalent of breaking through the limits of the creator goddesses. They would be creating their own path. How could they possibly rely on external help? With so many undead emperors' paths before me, not counting the amount of knowledge I've accumulated, this half-living, half-dead body of mine has indeed been a great help to me. For once, the silly cat wasn't acting all tsundra. She seemed to be sighing. Now that she mentioned it, going back and forth between life and death several times was indeed very helpful in understanding the power of death. All right, I'll try to break through as quickly as possible. At the very least, I'm quite satisfied with my ice magic sword's progress. The back of my building was now filled with all sorts of ice sculptures and snow sketches. These weren't materials for my ice magic sword. Rather, they were tools that I used to deepen my impression and memories of the Northlands. As an extension of the ice traveler, I would likely need to recall many past memories and calamities in order to create my ice magic sword in the Northlands. But sometimes when you recalled past misfortunes and calamities and thought how wonderful your current life was, a new calamity would arrive. After the new year, all the administrative departments resumed their operations after a short rest. However, the news that arrived wasn't all good. How could the Northland's natural calamities not mention the beast stampede that would arrive every year? The Winter Hunt Squad was ambushed by a beast stampede? How were the losses? Sandro's visit caused me to put down all the trivial matters on my hands. I also handed over the winter hunt to Renee and the others. What made me feel sad was that Kelly didn't let me off the hook. She still deducted my allowance, like she said before. Cough, cough. I never expected that the Mist Kingdom would actually suffer losses during the winter hunt, even with their current military strength. The beast stampede was much smaller than expected. We didn't suffer many losses. However, Her Highness Renee felt that something was wrong with the situation. This is a letter she personally wrote to you. The messenger left after handing me the letter. I carefully read the letter. Renee's words were quite simple and direct. There was indeed something wrong with the beast stampede. The beast stampede was less than 1/3 of the expected size, yet it unhesitatingly attacked the human army. Beasts were intelligent as well. They would go around the fully armed Iron Army in search of weak prey to fill their stomachs, such as attacking villages. That was why, as long as the beasts had an obvious advantage in numbers, they probably wouldn't actively attack the human army. But now, not only did the beasts attack, they even ran away. Not only that, they didn't run fast enough. They didn't even enter deep into the mountains. This scene caused both Renee and I to think of guerrilla warfare and kiting tactics. It was obvious that we were trying to stall for time. I couldn't help but think of those twisted noodle demons. They were definitely behind this, but just what was their goal? Were they hoping that the Beast Stampede would be able to threaten the Northland's Mist Alliance? The Beast Stampede's numbers had decreased, but I didn't think that was a good thing. Droll had long since come to the conclusion that due to the elemental tide's increase, a large number of wild beasts would transform into magical beasts, and magical beasts would become even more difficult to deal with in the Beast Stampede. Not only would magical beasts have stronger reproductive abilities, their strength and appetite would also increase, which would make these magical beasts hungry enough to hunt for food. Their numbers should have greatly increased. Renee's prediction? She had made her prediction based on last year's Beast Stampede's numbers. Meanwhile, my prediction for the Beast Stampede was at least twice as many as last year's. That meant that more than 80% of the Beast Stampede had disappeared, while the remaining Beast Stampede was trying to stall the Mist Kingdom's winter hunting teams. Who would believe that there was no scheme behind this? Just where did the Beast Stampede go? Where else could it go? If it's not in the Mist Kingdom, it's naturally in another country. The other countries in the Northlands will have some fun to watch. Harloise, don't be so direct. Didn't you notice that I was intentionally ignoring this possibility? If your dog bites someone else's dog, you'll have to take responsibility for it. Can't you just deny it? It's not like this is the first time you've done something like this. Good idea. I'll immediately reply to Renee. Elven Empress Harloise has a suggestion. Silly cat, don't bite me on the head. Do you still want to be an undead emperor or not? Chapter 674. As the Bardi Empire's most loyal ally, even though we're far away in the Northlands, we're still concerned about the Bardi Empire's war situation. We've heard that the Bardi Empire's war situation is quite unfavorable. The withered lands on the battlefield are truly astonishing, and the evil undead have been arrogant for the entire world. As the most presumptuous of us all, we've taken a series of actions in hopes that we can communicate with the Bardi Empire and come to an understanding with Sandro. This was a long and stinky letter filled with boring diplomatic phrases. When translated, it was quite simple. I've heard that the Bardi Empire was badly beaten up by the undead. Ha ha ha, how embarrassing. But as an ally, I've privately communicated with the Bardi Empire's ace, and he agreed to go easy on us. How do you intend to thank me? When considering that this letter to Bardi Emperor Helent Milan would likely be used as an official record in the future, and it might even be used as evidence to prove Sandro's innocence, such a simple and direct private letter would seem far too rude. Just using such a roundabout way of saying things would take more than 10 pages of paper and more than 10 times the amount of time and effort needed to explain something clearly on a single piece of paper. However, I knew that such an effort was necessary and worthwhile. How sly! You were clearly the one who wanted to make peace with the undead. But now you're writing this as if you're the one who convinced Sandro to betray the undead emperor's allied armies and join the living for the sake of Bardi's interests. Haha, judging from the results, it's one thing. But this way, I won't be the one begging them, but they'll be begging me instead. They'll be the ones who owe me a favor. This was just like when two countries were at war. One side's secret weapon was so powerful that the other side couldn't do anything about it, and a third party intervened and said that they could help deal with the other side's secret weapon. And if they really succeeded, this would be a tremendous amount of assistance from the Bardi Empire, and the third party would owe them quite a bit. And if I intervened using this as a critical point, I would be able to clear Sandro's name. A defeated war butcher would only be thrown into prison. However, a butcher who realized his mistakes on the battlefield would be able to make others choose to forget his past for the sake of the future. This would actually become a legend. The two undead emperors are delighted to meet, and they forget their grudges with a single smile. They forsake the darkness for the light and reunite. Perhaps this will even become a classic story in the future. Although this sounded ridiculous, it was highly likely that this would happen. At the very least, from the Bardi Empire's perspective, I was the kind-hearted person who helped them eliminate the threat of a forbidden spell. At any rate, I was the only one who knew what really happened. Can you be more shameless? Yes, I can be twice as shameless. So, in order to show my shamelessness, I picked up a pen and paper without hesitation and started to write another letter. My dear comrades in the Truth Symposium, as an honorary member of the Truth Symposium, I've heard that the Truth Symposium has met with difficulties in the war against Bardi. As an undead and ice dual magic mage, I have some personal connections with the death mage Sandro. Perhaps I can help out. Of course, an equal exchange is a basic rule in the magical world. What was even more shameless than buying back both houses was selling two houses at the same time. I believe that with all this in mind, as long as Sandro showed that he wasn't working hard at all, no matter if it was the powerful Bardi Empire or the Archmages, they would all give me a satisfactory return. This wasn't just for myself. It was also to give Sandro a chance to clear his name. Sandro would switch factions first, and the future Tark Republic would be accepted by the world. At the very least, it would sound good to say that he forsook the darkness for the light. After I finished all this, I also needed to give Renee and Galena an explanation. At the very least, I needed to tell them the results of my secret discussion with Sandro, so that they wouldn't be at a loss. Yep, I definitely wouldn't be explaining why I hadn't participated in the winter hunt. What a joke! Would I even need to explain myself to two little girls? You're becoming more and more like an unreliable lazy father who skips off work and then finds an excuse to fool his serious daughter. You can't find an excuse, so you're acting like a parent. Silly cat, I have an interesting bottle of spring water on me. Do you want to try it? You, what do you want to do with me? No wonder you're not interested in women. So you like cute boys. Actually, it's not that I can't accept such a method, but you'll have to wear female clothing, like Princess Peach, which is the most. I was rendered speechless as I looked at the silly cat's embarrassed expression. I directly grabbed her by the neck and tossed her out the window. Go into the snow and calm down. My head was burning up. Our soul connection actually told me that she wasn't joking just now. Just what was going on in this damned elf empress head. Dirty, far too dirty. So dirty that I could write a novel. However, when I mentioned a novel, The Spring of the Drowned Man, I couldn't help but recall Kolos, who I hadn't seen in a long time. Although I had already written her a letter asking her to come. She was far away in Bardi, and it would take quite some time for her to come here. Every time I saw the 2 bottles of spring water in my dimensional storage bag, I instinctively felt that something was off. My many years of experience of being scammed told me that if I didn't hurry up and scam someone else and use up these 2 bottles of spring water, I would likely be the one in trouble. Unfortunately, the main target, Beifong, was still in the chaos abyss. Judging from his letter, his work was going quite smoothly, and he should be able to return soon. When I thought about the bounty on his head and the fact that he was going to the chaos abyss to avoid calamity, it was understandable that he was hiding, but I don't care if he dies. If he still doesn't come back, I'm going to think of a way to bring him back. I'm going crazy at this rate. The order primates can usually be divided into the more primitive prosimian suborder and the more advanced anthropoid suborder. The prosimian suborder can also be divided into the lemur suborder and the tarantula suborder. My system was becoming more and more confused as more and more strange creatures were about to appear in this world. It kept repeating this animal encyclopedia that I didn't even know where it came from. Spring has arrived. Everything is coming back to life. This is the season of mating. All right then, I was back in the animal world again. I was almost going crazy after such a long period of time. In fact, I was even beginning to miss the days when I had to make myself scammers. And after constantly repeating this over the past few days, I finally understood what Beifeng's actions represented. From a certain standpoint, all the major species were descendants of the creator goddesses. The gold species titans had given birth to the giants and dwarves. The gold elves had given birth to all sorts of elves. Even the great demons were descendants of the original gold species. Even if there were mixed blood descendants, they would be descendants of two different humanoid species. Not only that, these half-elves and half-beastmen would typically have weaker hereditary abilities. Even if they had descendants, they would usually be descendants of a certain species. For example, a half-elf who was only 3/4 human would actually be a human with pointy ears. And after 2 more generations, there would be no meaning in having a mixed-blood descendant. In the end, the mixed-blood descendants would still be considered part of society. For the goddess of order, the order between species was the foundation of everything. The diversity of species was the foundational foundation of this mystical world. This was also why she had gone insane back in the day and had intended to give every species a mandate. Every species will have their own responsibilities. The dwarves and giants will be craftsmen, the angels will be government officials and waiters, the elves will be scholars and teachers, the demons will be soldiers and soldiers, the titans will be construction masters, and the dragons will be capable of using their powerful physical bodies and flying abilities as transportation tools for all species, without even mentioning how ridiculous this order was. At the very beginning, this was indeed the perfect society that the creator goddesses of order desired. At the very least, before the dimensional barrier, another universe, invaded and shattered this perfect society, this was indeed a world that both the goddesses of order and order could accept. The result of their defeat was that the goddesses of order and order worked together to seal off the dimensional barrier's dimensional barrier. This caused them to have differing opinions on the path of evolution. The goddess of order persisted in her previous viewpoint and strengthened the roles of order and species. She had them focus on their own responsibilities. Both species and individuals would become the gears of the new generation, strengthening society as a whole. Meanwhile, the goddess of chaos led the demon species on a path of self-evolution. This was something that the goddess of order found unacceptable. However, the only thing she was happy about was that the great majority of species hadn't become as chaotic as the demons. The foundational order of species already existed, but now, not only had this order been shattered, even the most basic purity of species had been destroyed. Not only were the descendants of a certain someone half-beast and half-human, none of them were unified in terms of species. Not only that, they all inherited the powerful reproductive abilities of their fathers, and were even capable of giving birth to even more miraculous descendants with other species. This might seem like nothing to others, but in the goddess of order's eyes, this was a supernatural phenomenon that would destroy her worldview. Soon, the entire world would be filled with all sorts of strange creatures. The originally unified and harmonious world of all species would be destroyed. At that time, not only would she become an animal encyclopedia, she might even become the mother of all beasts. In the name of the goddess of order, if you don't help me deal with that source of pollution, I'll think of a way to destroy those divine beast mothers. Calm down. At the very least, those divine beast mothers are innocent. Perhaps they aren't that innocent, but those children... Fine, I won't mention those children. A shadow was slowly spinning in the chilly wind. If I wasn't mistaken, this was an ancient nuclear bomb that had already been used up once before. Salo's crystal core. I didn't want to test whether or not my system had the ability to exchange for such a thing. I hurriedly shouted for it to stop, and the shadow returned to nothingness. However, this was no joking matter. Even though it was winter outside, I couldn't help but sweat. This was the first time I had ever seen my system in such a state. For the goddess of order to go crazy like this, a certain someone at the top of the calamity rankings truly lived up to his name. At this point, I was even worried that if that person appeared in front of me, my system would suddenly self-destruct and end everything once and for all. Soon, I no longer had any free time to slack off. The ability to change their appearance? That means that they've already infiltrated the Northland cities. The warlock's opinion is that this ability to disguise themselves is incredibly powerful. It's highly likely that they've managed to infiltrate the Northlands. Also, judging from their brain dissection, they should have intelligence that surpasses that of ordinary humans. What astonished me was a report that had just been sent to me. This was an autopsy report on the noodle, faceless demons that the court had hired. Normally speaking, demons of the same power level would be stronger than other devils. The main reason for this was because demons' abilities were ever-changing. This would be an advantage in individual combat. Meanwhile, devils' power levels were relatively fixed. In fact, they could even choose to advance in power levels in order to obtain certain abilities. They could even create special troops, which would be an obvious advantage in military or special warfare. These weak devils weren't particularly strong in combat. However, they had the ability to corrupt and demonize others, as well as the ability to hypnotize and tame beasts. They were probably special devils that were more inclined towards mental and magical power. And now, the demon warlock's autopsy report mentioned that faceless demons had the ability to change their appearance. Plus, with their mental abilities, they were basically natural-born spies and infiltration troops. In that case, it was highly likely that many such spies had already infiltrated the Northland cities. The combination of the missing beast tide and the spies who were good at infiltrating cities gave people a very uneasy feeling. The only enemy of the Northland city was the beast tide. If these spies disguised themselves as human soldiers, plotted against the city manager, opened the city gates, and let the beast tide enter the city, has the Northland's countries been notified? Not yet. Her Highness Renee is still asking for your opinion. What other opinions do you have? Hurry up and notify the other countries. It seems that the devils want to go big this time. My original evaluation of these devils was quite average. I thought that even if they had the ability to demonize and corrupt others, they would only be low-level cannon fodder in the chaos abyss. But now they had the ability to change their appearance, as well as the knowledge of languages and customs necessary for spies. In that case, their intelligence would definitely be quite high, and they would likely have certain level of spellcasting ability as well. My original evaluation was wrong. The devil that we captured must have intentionally pretended to have low intelligence. These aren't low-level devils. They're a bunch of high-level devils. They're a bunch of intelligent devils that are inclined towards magic and schemes. A bunch of low-level devils? It was highly likely that they were the personal revenge of a certain devil lord who was displeased with me, casually tossing out thousands or even tens of thousands of high-level devils, all of which seemed to be single-use products. This was quite a large investment, and of course such a large investment would be for the sake of a great harvest. Not only did I recall my friendship with the devils, I also considered how I had tricked them in the past. It was quite possible that even a devil lord would personally take action. What's the matter? You're frowning. Yep. I was tricked by your brothers. Brothers? Harloise had just flown back from the window, and there was still some snow on her head. But when she read the report, she recalled those twisted noodle monsters and instantly became furious. Slimes and noodles aren't brothers. Tui, I'm not a slime, I'm an elf. I grabbed the dead cat that was biting me and tossed her onto a nearby wooden table. Stop messing around. I'm getting annoyed. Whenever I think about how something like this managed to sneak into Definder, it's possible that we have these devil spies right next to us. I'm so annoyed. Harloise paused in surprise for a moment upon hearing this, but then she laughed out loud. It's impossible for them to enter Definder. Even if they did, it's impossible for them to be qualified spies. This time, I was the one who didn't dare to believe it. Why? I don't believe that those ordinary city guards would be able to tell a devil from a crowd. Did you forget? Definder is a sinless city and devils. Can you find a devil that doesn't commit crimes 24 hours a day? Especially when they enter an unfamiliar city, penniless. Penniless? I thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. Devils didn't have the habit of carrying gold coins with them at all times. Their calamity coins couldn't be used in the mortal plane, and while they did have the ability to earn money, their methods of earning money were through theft, scams, and speculation. The great majority of devils that were qualified enough were excellent scammers. If they wanted to do something, they would definitely have a leader who knew the plan. And such a high-level leader naturally wouldn't be outside in the snow. They were most likely already in Definder. Devils also needed to eat, and in order to obtain information, they would need to spend a large amount of money. In that case, when they returned to their old business, a red light would descend, and 2 Justice Knight would immediately appear and be captured. A major spy being captured by the traffic police? That would be such a hilarious scene. Perhaps I can search in Definder Prison. The homeless people who committed crimes as soon as they arrived might be the targets we are looking for. Chapter 675. How is one supposed to find demons in a crowd? Toss them into the water. Those that don't drown are demons, and those that drown are humans. How is one supposed to resist the demons' evil witchcraft? Shout out the name of the God of holy light, and demons will be unable to harm devout believers. Our God will not protect believers who aren't devout enough. That sounds nice. Those that die aren't devout enough? It's not like the dead can speak. How is one supposed to kill demons? Toss them into holy fire. Those that die are demons, but those that can't be burned to death. There shouldn't be any demons that can't be burned to death. It doesn't even mention what to do if you meet a demon that can't be burned to death. Also, it doesn't mention how to toss a demon into holy fire. I had a helpless expression as I tossed aside this booklet. The Holy Church's Exorcism Handbook, AD 324 revision, sounded quite reliable, but the methods used in this handbook reminded me of a certain world's medieval witches who tried witches. What the hell is this? The Holy Church has been using this to search for demons for so many years. This is obviously a handbook for murdering the innocent. Actually, this was originally meant for religious propaganda. The demons that were able to hide among humans in the mortal plane were all at least high-level demons. Many of them were projections or incarnations of powerful demons. There were even some cardinals that managed to sneak into the Holy Church. How could any ordinary person possibly find them? That's why the Holy Church sent out a booklet to calm people down. This seemingly barbecued crusader is actually a candle that can calm people down. It really is filled with evil intentions. It would seem that everyone in that world is just as dark. I walked through a long black hallway. Definder's prison district was truly indescribable. Perhaps it was because most of the prison's funds were used to renovate the old and new city districts. Or perhaps it was because the crime rate had drastically decreased after Definder's city became a reality. Most of the prisons were unoccupied, and this place still retained its old style. As I walked down the hallway, I couldn't help but cover my nose with the smell of dust. The light from the torches perfectly illuminated the empty prison cells. The empty atmosphere made this prison, which was filled with the smell of blood, seem rather frightening. As I listened to the prison warden's report, I also observed the prisoners. Besides the prison warden's complaints about his work, I also obtained the information that I wanted to know. Only 100 27 new prisoners had been sent here in the past 2 months, but that was already half a year's worth of prisoners. Even so, it was still strange that there were several times more prison wardens than prisoners. Hearing this, I started to wonder if there was even a need to build a prison. This was a metropolis with a population of several million, but the total number of prisoners was less than 1,000. When any crime would be instantly arrested, the crime rate would actually drop to such a level. Furthermore, most of the criminals were impulsive criminals who committed unplanned crimes. Looks like I've come at the right time. In a few months, I'll be sent to hard labor. Yes, recently, the number of laborers in the mines and stone factories has been lacking. They have already complained to us many times. However, I heard that they have recently started hiring necromancer apprentices to use zombies and skeletons to open up the mines. For noble lord mages to actually be hired by commoners like us. This era is too inconceivable. The young jailer seemed rather talkative, but what he said was probably what I expected. Unlike a relatively peaceful world where imprisonment was the main form of punishment, the countries of H.E.'s world weren't nearly as wealthy. Yes, wealthy. Criminals who committed crimes still had their country pay for them. They didn't have to do manual labor or hard labor, and they could even get some wages to eat and wear. All they had to do was lie down and live. If the countries in the Northlands also used such punishments, it was likely that their prisons would immediately be filled to the brim. Countless people would voluntarily commit crimes just for the sake of a living. Most countries in H.E.'s world treated prisoners like criminals who committed crimes such as theft. They would be sentenced to hard labor for a short period of time before being released. This period would normally be no more than 2 years. Most of the time it would only be a few months. But in order to not make them feel too comfortable, not only would they have to do hard labor every day, but they would also be punished regularly. When they were finally released, they would even have their faces tattooed. This was a mark that would mark them for the rest of their lives, a shame that they would have to wash away with their lives. Yes, this was only a minor crime. After all, this was a chaotic era with many punishments. If it was a major crime like murder, it would be even more straightforward. They would simply be sentenced to death. But in some countries, they would use hard labor, demotion to slaves, or even war cannon fodder in place of the death penalty. But in most cases, those prisoners would have a fate worse than death. Obviously, such punishments were extremely unscientific and inhumane. Some crimes weren't too serious, but they were sentenced to a lifetime of hard labor, which was equivalent to the death penalty. Some crimes were even worse, but they were released after only 2 years of hard labor. However, to the people of this world, such punishments couldn't be any more normal. After all, this was how it had been for thousands of years. However, a certain former judge who had a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder had spent a lot of effort and forcibly created an extremely detailed code of law. From the types of punishments to the number of years, and the type of punishment one should receive, everything was stipulated. And with the rise of the Church of Law, this system was also popularized. The punishments became even stricter, which was also more fitting for the prisoners' crimes. The core of this system was probably that they wouldn't feed idlers, but they also wouldn't kill people. Under the premise that the prisoner's life was guaranteed, they would use punishment as a substitute for punishment. They would think of ways to make the prisoner pay for his crimes. They would do their best to reduce physical punishments that would result in crippling or fatal injuries. At the very least, judging from the current situation, it was quite good. The country was saving money, and the prisoner wouldn't die a worthless death. They would also have a chance to turn over a new leaf. They wouldn't have to suffer the shame of having a tattoo on their face, which would make it impossible for them to find a job ever again. It would be quite easy for them to commit crimes again. It could be said that with the interference of a certain transmigrator, especially with the influence of the Church of Law, H.E.'s progress in the legal system over the past 100 years was far greater than what he had made in the past several tens of thousands of years. No matter how good the system was, it was unlikely that there would be a situation where there weren't enough prisoners. Not only was the prison empty, the mines that had previously used prisoners as free labor were now in a difficult situation. Of course, I didn't care about all this. It was naturally a good thing that no one was committing crimes. With the rise of undead labor, the labor shortage wasn't actually that difficult to solve. It was already winter, and the open-air heavy labor areas had all stopped working. If I had waited another 2 or 3 months, these prisoners would have started working at the beginning of spring. At that time, they would have been scattered all over the mines and factories, and it would have been too late to find them. It had been less than 2 months since the demon abyss's magical reaction had begun. All I needed to do was look for the prisoners that had recently arrived. Rather than using the unreliable method in that little booklet, I had many more direct and effective methods. Look, a mystical compass, a devil detector, and the famous Detective Roland's mystical watch, without anesthetic needles. Fine, I'll stop messing around. This is a contract hero's bracelet. The contract hero system had long since become a popular tool in order to deal with dimensional invasions. Apart from recording the dimensional invaders that the contract hero destroyed, it was also capable of guiding the dimensional invaders that had been infected by the net of stars. Of course, the high-power, high-precision radar was also quite large, so it could only be placed in churches and mercenary guilds. The mass-produced bracelet for personal use had limited detection range and precision, so it was more suitable for recording combat results. After the divine power forbidden spell Starry Skies, net covered the entire mortal plane. Any outsider that entered this plane would be smeared with starlight. The moment that the outsider entered this plane would be the equivalent of exposing their location to the entire plane. This didn't seem like much at all, but it was becoming more and more useful in battle. It was thanks to the existence of Starry Skies net that we were able to learn about the demon abyss's activities and how many lower plane residents had been sent here. Starry Skies net was a large-scale, perpetual forbidden spell. It had the same advantages and disadvantages as other forbidden spells. The advantage was that it had a large area of effect, and it would be easy to kill the unlucky ones. However, the disadvantage was that it was weak against a single target. Not only that, it could also be defended against. At the time, we had created Starry Skies net. Apart from encouraging contract heroes to hunt, it was also strategically in order to prevent dimensional invasions. In such a situation, mass-producing anti-detection magical equipment or spending a lot of effort to maintain anti-detection spells on a few individuals would be completely useless. But this time, even though the devils revealed themselves for a brief moment when they first entered, they immediately hid themselves. This doubtlessly meant that they were either super powerful mages who were capable of cleansing their starlight imprints, or that they were equipped with anti-detection magical equipment. The former was obviously impossible, but the latter, strip all the prisoners. Don't leave even a single sock behind. Then, use this bracelet to test them one by one. I refuse to believe that they'll be able to escape. Chapter 676. In a way, we were lucky. At the very least, we learned of the demon's scheme beforehand, and we managed to find a spy among the unfortunate foreign prisoners. But in a way, we were also unlucky. That was because, from the very start, we were the ones who brought trouble upon ourselves. This time, the devil's target wasn't even us. Or, more accurately speaking, we weren't the only targets. Elemental war? What a joke at such a time! We managed to find 32 faceless demons among the more than 100 prisoners. This time, we also learned of their official rank and title among the devils. High-level devil, Sosolian demons. In the devil language, it meant a devil with a face formed from illusions, illusion-faced demons. They were a special troop type that the devils had prepared for this holy war. They were trump cards for infiltration and espionage. They had only been born less than 5 years ago. Illusion-faced demons had so many special abilities that they were quite high-ranked among the devils. At the very least, they were middle-ranked devils who had evolved from middle-ranked devils. Naturally, only the strongest of the devils would be able to send out so many high-level devils at once and even prepare anti-reconnaissance magical equipment for them, a devil lord. As for which devil lord it was, the high-level devil before us wouldn't know. Devils were skilled at scheming and deceiving. Their society was filled with constant internal strife, and their orders were passed down one level at a time. The lower levels could only obey. If they acted too actively or foolishly, they would all die. The true mastermind behind the scenes wouldn't give out such a grand order until the very last moment. However, the devils had already given out a preliminary order, so they naturally knew some things. At the very least, they knew who their target was. The fire elemental lords are trying to attack the ice plane. They're asking you to provide a bridge. Isn't there something wrong with this version? Shouldn't the elemental war have long since ended? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I had originally thought that the devils were here to cause trouble for the Mist Alliance, or at the very least, to take revenge on me. But it turned out that the devils were completely unrelated. But from the description of that unlucky fellow, the sequence of events was very clear. Elemental war was a natural trait of the elements. Ever since the creation of the world, wind and earth would forever fight against each other. Fire and water would never mix. Neither side's planes would ever be destroyed, and their battles would never end. Following the formation of the Hades plane, the 4 great elemental planes gradually took shape. The first to take shape was naturally the great snow mountain magical realm's ice plane. The rise of a new elemental plane was only natural in our eyes. However, the elemental lords and elemental lords believed that the unchanging structure of the 4 elemental planes had been broken. This meant that they would soon encounter new enemies and competitors. This was especially true for the fire elemental plane. Previously, when the 4 ancient elemental gods were resurrected, the fire elemental god was the only one who didn't successfully resurrect. Hence, when the 3 elemental gods and the fire elemental plane were in full swing, the fire elemental plane was abnormally calm. This calmness was obviously abnormal. The fire elemental plane had always been the most explosive of all elemental creatures. They had good relationships with demons and devils. In fact, the higher-ups of the fire elemental plane were even blood-related. There were quite a few half-elemental, half-hellish magical beasts. There were several famous chaos lords who were also fire elemental lords. Even the fire sea Marchioness Eliza, the strongest inferno demon lord of corruption, had a fire elemental bloodline. If one only looked at the overall power level of the fire elemental plane, the fire elemental plane with the strongest combat strength would be second to none in the elemental plane. As the Holy War arrived, the fire elemental lord's power levels increased explosively as the elemental tide increased. The number of fire elemental lords fighting for the position of fire elemental god was now in the triple digits. Battles were fought every day in the mortal plane, and the fire elemental plane's internal strife had never stopped. Originally, the fire elemental lords had been able to maintain a relaxed attitude when faced with a new elemental plane. They had focused their attention on their internal strife, but soon they discovered to their astonishment that the fire elemental tide's growth rate had greatly decreased. They were no longer able to tolerate this. Since the 4 new elemental planes had been established, this meant that the 2 mortal planes and the 8 major elemental planes, which were connected to each other, had been rebalanced. Naturally, the elemental tide's power levels would be redistributed. In this period of turmoil, the elements would be reshuffled. Naturally, there would be winners and losers. It was obvious that the fire elemental plane, which had 2 opposing elements, had mysteriously become the biggest losers. Through investigation, the fire elemental lords easily discovered that the fire elemental plane and ice elemental plane were natural enemies. The concept of high temperature and low temperature was even more direct and obvious than the original concept of fire and water. And so, the fire elemental lords mysteriously gained a new mortal enemy whose elements countered each other. And when they learned that the Pillar of Water's master was the former water elemental goddess, the fire elemental lords took revenge on both new and old grudges. Practical benefits and past grudges were all mixed together. It was understandable what the fire elemental lords would do. Originally, wind, earth, water, and fire were natural enemies. Actually, they were all fighting over the elemental tides, resources, and territory. Now that a new elemental species had appeared, a species that was likely to be their natural enemy, the Fire Lords instantly found a new enemy, as they already intended to do something in the Holy War. But there was a problem. The ice elemental plane was still sealed off, which meant that it hadn't become an independent elemental plane yet. In that case, the Fire Elemental Lords didn't have any way to have fun with this new elemental plane, which didn't have a long enough history. And then the devils came looking for them. The Fire Elemental Lords only did some side work and preliminary work, yet they were able to see chaos everywhere. Their enemies would suffer and they would benefit. This was the typical style of the devils. They're using someone else to do their dirty work again. Should I say that as expected of the devils? But you seem to have forgotten something. For example, where is the current beast wave? Also, why does the Fire Elemental Lords feel that the cold Northlands is a suitable battlefield? The Fire Elemental Lords were no idiots. Even if they had a tremendous grudge against the Fire Elemental Lords and endless benefits, wouldn't it be suicidal to fight a battle where there was no chance of victory? It was needless to say how cold the Northlands was. From a certain standpoint, the Northlands was the home ground of the Ice Elemental Lords. In fact, for quite a long period of time, most ice elemental creatures in the entire world would live here. Even if this was a new elemental plane, the Fire Elemental Lords wouldn't be so foolish as to start an elemental war in their home ground. Do you really think that I'll know? We devils. The Noodle Demon was still maintaining its human form in front of me, although the blonde elf girl with huge breasts looked quite attractive, and the record showed that she was actually a prostitute. I felt my stomach ache when I thought about her true appearance and androgynous body. I also felt a mysterious sense of sympathy for the unlucky Fire Elemental Lord who got dragged into this mess. Perhaps I should record her true appearance and show it to that unlucky Fire Elemental Lord. He'll probably vomit quite a bit. As for the Noodle Demon saying that he didn't know, with my understanding of devils, this was completely in line with how devil society worked. Low-level devils were nothing more than pawns and cannon fodder for their superiors. Pawns that knew too much would eventually have their own ideas. But I pressed my right arm against the Noodle Demon's neck and used just a little bit of force, causing the Noodle Demon's soft and slender neck to completely twist. After a flash of twisting light, the Noodle Demon's soft neck transformed into an even more slender noodle. You believe a devil's words? Do you think I'm an idiot? I'll just directly ask your soul. I didn't even try to hide the fact that I used a soul-searching, undead magic in front of a group of faceless devils. Black smoke gathered on my arm as I guided the Noodle Demon's screaming soul with my finger. Countless information flashed through my eyes, and soon the power of death drained the Noodle Demon's soul of all shards. I selectively started browsing through its memories, but then I slowly shook my head. When I looked at the other devils, they actually began to tremble in fear. Oh my, this Noodle Demon actually didn't lie. It really doesn't know anything. All right, it's your turn now. Don't be afraid, it won't hurt. Yep, since you don't even have bones or nerves, there's no way for you to feel pain. A cool breeze blew by as ice began to cover the floor of the cell. Frostbite appeared on the devils' bodies. What made them cower the most was probably the black shadow of death behind me. The undead emperors had no intentions of hiding their evil intentions. I did my best to smile as peacefully as I could in order to enjoy what was about to happen next. However, all I received were hysterical screams of fear. It was truly rare to see devils who were viewed as nightmares by mortals actually afraid of death. Oh my, aren't you all unafraid of death? Killing me will only allow me to be reborn in the lower planes. Isn't that what you always say when you're bluffing? It would be quite difficult for the residents of the lower planes to completely die in the mortal plane. It would be quite common for souls to return to the lower planes to be reborn after their physical bodies were destroyed. However, this type of undying nature was incredibly weak against me. Extracting their souls would be the equivalent of using a road roller to crush their souls into shards. Being reborn into the Gui Ming River would no longer have any connection to the original Noodle Demon. All of their paths of retreat would be cut off, and all of their accumulations would be returned to nothingness. This was probably the most pitiful way for a devil to die. "Wait a moment, I'll tell you." Their begging words came to an abrupt halt. Their confused expressions transformed into nothingness as their dissipating souls were guided by me. That's right, I had no intention of listening to the devils perform their art of lying. At any rate, it wouldn't be wrong at all for the devils to first kill themselves and then interrogate them. My frozen feet prevented them from escaping. It was precisely because I knew how talented devils were at lying and acting that I didn't intend to give them a chance to perform at all. The devils in despair exploded in their desperation. All sorts of spells and curses allowed me to witness the true combat strength of these unique devils. However, in front of a serious devil, these spells were nothing more than a small firework display. After a single flash, there was nothing left. How weak! Even a low-level Ironwing demon would be better at fighting than you. Their soft bodies made it impossible for them to use any martial arts. Their magic was more inclined towards darkness and witchcraft, but their power levels weren't high. The only thing worth mentioning was that they actually had a rather strong soul ability. Not only would they be useless against me, even the Justice Knight or Anti-Knight with a firm mind would be useless against them. However, they would be powerful hypnotizers that would be impossible to resist against ordinary humans. Not only that, they also had certain abilities to read minds and memories. These devils were evidently a special type of soldier, specialized in infiltration. Their direct combat strength was quite low, but their ability to infiltrate and destroy was incredibly disgusting. They could incite riots, create chaos, bribe spies, and disguise themselves as internal members. Just thinking about it gave me a headache. I also saw the item they used to block my starlight net. It was a pitch-black monkey claw necklace. However, even if the necklace was worn, as long as I was within 1 meter of the necklace, I would still be able to detect the necklace. The ability to block the necklace was only average. However, any ordinary person who touched the necklace would mysteriously feel panic and fear. When the necklace was crushed, I could even hear the screams of apes. It seemed that some powerful devil had paid a huge price to mass-produce this cursed item. Large amounts of memories flooded my mind. Many of these devils were old devils that were over 300 or 400 years old. Their memories of stealing, lying, and swindling were all mixed together. It wasn't that these devils weren't strong. In fact, some devils were overly powerful and ambitious, which was why their superiors had forced them to transform into illusionary face demons. Far too many memories and knowledge disappeared with the wind. My unrestrained soul was currently returning to the Gui Ming River. I didn't have the time to organize everything, so I directly ignored everything that had nothing to do with the Northlands. I only checked the most recent and important information. I refused to believe that the devils wouldn't try to find out what their superiors' true intentions were. Finally, a certain name caught my attention. The Shaywin Free Region? The Mixed Blood Free Region? Why are they involved? Chapter 677. The Shaywin Autonomous Region was a nostalgic name. That was where everything had begun. 8 years ago, when I first returned to the Donglon Principality, the entire Northlands was hostile towards me and the Mist Kingdom. The only Northlands that had a somewhat friendly relationship with me was the Shaywin Autonomous Region, which had many mixed-blood descendants and descendants of the people of the Mist. In Shaywin, Donglon reappeared on the stage of history and formed an alliance with the barbarians and Autonomous Region's domain lords, beginning the revival of the people of the Mist. A tremendous amount was transported from the barbarian tribe's mountains. A large amount of money for food imports came from Shaywin. More than 40% of the ore and magical gems required for magical machinery were produced here. The very first Northland survival chain was established here. Shaywin was the only warm valley in the entire Northlands. Although it was too small and couldn't produce enough food for an entire country, Amelia and I conducted countless experiments there. Finally, the breeding of cold-resistant crops was completed there, and the entire Northlands had hope of becoming self-sufficient in food. Many mixed-blood descendants of various species lived together there. Shaywin had once been looked down upon by all the other countries. As the entire Northlands became part of the Mist Alliance, as the Donglon Principality's strongest ally, Shaywin's status also rose. Due to Shaywin's unique geographical advantage, Shaywin became one of the wealthiest regions in the Northlands. The people of the Mist hadn't forgotten about Shaywin's closest ally when they were poor. Many policies and benefits were given to Shaywin's small territory. Just a portion of the mining industry would be enough to feed all the residents of the Shaywin Autonomous Region. As cold-resistant plants spread, it would be too much of a waste to use the valley in the middle of the mountains as one of the few warm regions in the Northlands. Now, Shaywin had become the most famous tourist and health resort in the Northlands. Yep, only the heavens would know if a certain person had suggested this. Every winter, a grand ceremony would be held here for the Day of Reconciliation. All the royalty and major nobles of the Northlands would bring their families to participate to spend the winter here. Yep, the ceremony was nominally to celebrate the reconciliation between the Northlands countries and the establishment of the Mist Alliance. However, the ceremony actually consisted of hunting, singing, dancing, and hot springs. The serious festivities usually lasted less than 10 minutes, followed by all sorts of cultural performances and entertainment. And as the entire Northlands entered a peaceful era, every winter in Cheryl wasn't just a holiday for the royal family and the major nobles. It was also an activity to strengthen friendship and alliances. As time passed, the various countries actually had an unspoken rule of conducting diplomacy and business negotiations in Cheryl. First, dispel the other party's hostility at the wine table, then deepen their feelings in the hot spring, and then reveal their trump cards at the negotiation table. This is quite a familiar strategy. The Cheryl Autonomous Region was home to many species and mixed bloods to begin with. Cheryl truly had an advantage when it came to tourism. Not only did the shops in the tourist area sell elven handicrafts, beastman totems, special beast bone products, dwarven sculptures, small swords, and so on. Everything that one could possibly imagine could be found here. Even first-timers would only buy imported goods. However, those who are familiar with the Cheryl Autonomous Region would know that these were all locally produced goods. It was also quite common to see mixed blood elf songs and dances, beastmen's war dances, and so on. Cheryl's culture was also quite diverse. Although it wasn't as authentic as the original, the mixed blood performers made the audience feel much more at ease. As for what romantic things happened afterwards, well, this wasn't the Sinless City, so Woomians wouldn't be able to do anything about it. These gray industries, which weren't convenient to talk about, also became a selling point of this tourist city. In the past, the closer it was to winter, the livelier this place would be. After the new year, the most comfortable and warm holiday villas would only be reserved for the royalty of the various countries. But this year, the number of tourists had decreased by a third. The reason? The Holy War had begun. The royalty and leaders of the various countries were incredibly busy. They had to deal with the various countries' internal wars, their own preparations for war, and food supplies. In the first year of the Holy War, stability was the most important thing. A holiday? Perhaps they should wait until next year. Would there be too few tourists if the royalty didn't come? Actually, with so many tourists every winter, how many of them were actually here for vacation? Perhaps the royalty's descendants were only here to relax, which was highly unlikely. However, The nobles were here on a mission to establish a good relationship with the royalty and other powerful nobles and negotiate with them. Even the wealthy merchants weren't able to establish a good relationship with the royalty so that their children could enter the upper echelons of society. Of course, it was also because of the establishment of the Mist Alliance that the royalty and nobles of the various countries were able to sit together and peacefully establish a good relationship with each other. In the past, when the royalty and nobles were really together, they would have long since fought against each other due to old and new grudges. It was also because of the establishment of the Mist Alliance that the various countries' politicians needed a neutral location to establish a good relationship with each other and do business. This indirectly helped the Cheryl Autonomous Region to rapidly prosper. Of course, this was also related to the Mist Kingdom's royalty taking the lead. As for whether or not a certain person was behind all of this, every year the Cheryl Autonomous Region would give a certain person a super red packet as thanks. Unfortunately, the red packet would always be kept by the Donlon Royalty's chief steward Kelly, just like how an elementary school student would have their New Year's money kept by their parents. This year's situation was rather special. The royalty and nobles of the various countries didn't have the time to waste on idle chatter. The end result was that the top of the Northlands pyramid didn't come, and a large portion of the Northlands pyramid was missing as well. Many tourists who didn't know the truth were regretting coming here for nothing. This year, the royalty had only sent about a quarter of the previous year's royalty, while only half of the nobles had come. This meant that the villas and hot springs were mostly empty. This gave Cheryl's domain lord a huge headache as he had spent so much effort organizing this event. He was probably going to suffer a loss this time, but soon he wouldn't have to worry about making ends meet this year, because he needed to first think of a way to survive. There's still no news from our reinforcements. Has there been any response to our request for reinforcements? The Cheryl Autonomous Region, which had been peaceful for so long, was actually being threatened. Not only that, it was a group of wild beasts that came out of nowhere. This was something that Cheryl's domain, Lord Kakagar, couldn't understand. Over the past 8 years, Kakagar's already fat body had become even fatter due to his increasingly wealthy lifestyle and Anton's environment. Back then, people had secretly called him the Frog Prince Kakagar, but now people were calling him the Hippo King Kakagar behind his back. Damn it, where did our guards go? Where's our Cheryl's barbarian elf archers and beastman berserkers? It's time for them to show off their skills, but they're nowhere to be seen. Haven't they finished gathering yet? My apologies, my lord. More than 70% of their warriors have been professional actors and dancers for several years now. Many of them refused our forceful summons. Even those who did respond to our summons need time to find their own weapons and equipment. Ridiculous! Our warriors have become clowns. This is a serious case of corruption. I'm going to have a good discussion with my general. Just which bastard dared to do such a foolish thing? The government official who had given the order remained silent. However, Kakagar didn't dare to make decisions on such a major matter. He still remembered that it was this Hippo King who had pressured the military to make this decision. Kakagar calmed down quite a bit after venting his anger on Kakagar. He wanted to make up for the foolish things he had done back then. Back then, he had thought that the Mist Alliance's rise would be complete, and he would go on a tourist route. With the two major Mist Kingdoms acting as his shield, the possibility of a civil war in the Northlands would be nearly zero. Rather than maintaining useless soldiers, it would be better to make more actors and actresses to earn gold coins. The other country's combat strength was several times greater than 8 years ago. The Cheryl Autonomous Region's financial income was 100 times greater than 8 years ago, but its combat strength was less than 1/5 of what it had been 8 years ago. Not only were the nobles and domain lords in a hurry to make money, even the warriors under them were busy making money. The military was living off of their salaries, and the warriors had become merchants and actors. What combat strength would such an army have? From a certain standpoint, The fact that there were no external threats or wars was the poison that would cause a country's defense to collapse. Kakagar was quite anxious as beasts kept roaring outside. Now wasn't the time to blame others. If he didn't think of something soon, he wouldn't have anything else to spend his money on. Kakagar's round eyes kept spinning as he stared blankly at the villa area under the high walls. Although he had been famous for his intelligence in the past, he really did come up with a solution at this moment, even if it was a solution that would cause endless trouble. Tell those foreign nobles that were no longer able to protect them. Have their bodyguards and mercenaries join the battle. Chapter 678. To save or not to save. This is really a problem. Stop joking around. Of course, we have to save him. The foundation of the Mist Alliance's trust is the alliance between allied countries. Do you really think that we can't save him? To be honest, I really don't want to save him. Although the Donglan Principality was talking nonsense when the Cheryl Autonomous Region's request for help was sent over, the Donglan Principality unhesitatingly gave up on the New Year's work that they were doing normally. They gathered their army and prepared to go to war. The reason why I was chatting and hesitating on whether or not to ask for reinforcements was because of another piece of information. The door to the fire plane. This is clearly a trap. The elemental planes were probably the easiest planes to connect to in the mortal plane. Many mages' mage towers would use elemental pools that connected to other planes. However, those types of small elemental pools could only be used to extract elemental energy from other planes or summon small elemental creatures. Elemental magic also had to follow the most basic elemental laws. All miracles were the result of the accumulation of elemental power. Opening an elemental dimensional door would naturally require an area with an accumulation of elemental energy. Opening an elemental dimensional door in the deep sea, opening an elemental dimensional door in a snowy mountain, opening an elemental dimensional door in a place of thunder and wind, opening an elemental dimensional door in an underground place, or opening an elemental dimensional door in a volcano. The warm valley of Cheryl Autonomous Region had always been viewed as a miracle of nature. It was also the result of the surrounding mountains and terrain. However, no matter how much the wind was weakened by the high mountains, the low temperature in the surroundings would still come. If there was no other reason, there was no other explanation for the valley. With the development of the area, the appearance of geothermal and hot springs proved to the world that there was a volcanic area underground. Yes, it was proof, not discovery. The existence of a volcano here was recorded in the history of the Sharvans, but the Sharvans themselves would never admit it. After all, building a home on a volcano required more than courage. It required more than just helplessness. The half-blood descendants who had been exiled back in the day were already fortunate enough to be able to find a place to settle down. The fact that this land was even able to produce food was a testament to the gods' protection. It was far too extravagant to consider the possibility of a volcano eruption in the future. In the geographical records of other countries, it was indeed mentioned that more than 700 years ago, there was once an active volcano there, and that a rather famous red dragon family lived there. Ever since I learned that this incident was related to the fire elemental plane, I had already started searching through old maps of the Northlands for volcanic areas. Since I had obtained the name of this place from the illusion-faced demons, many things were no longer a secret. Perhaps that place was already a dormant volcano, but for fire elemental lords, awakening a volcano was basically their specialty. Not to mention fire elemental lords, even red dragons and fire archmages had the ability to do so. However, fire elemental creatures were still the strongest in this area. Volcanoes were the most abundant fire elemental creatures in the mortal plane. For example, a mortal Orcan had transformed the underground world into a labyrinth, awakening a volcano and transforming the lava and flames into his own nest. This was a basic ability of fire elemental creatures. In that case, all sorts of information and possible developments were right in front of us. Once Cheryl's warm valley was conquered, the volcano would immediately erupt and a tremendous number of fire elemental creatures would jump out of the volcano. Considering the current density of the elemental tide, it was quite possible that the fire elemental plane would appear in the surrounding area. The moment that we failed to rescue Roland, it was highly likely that we would be dragged into the conflict. This would be the equivalent of dodging a sea of flames while challenging a powerful elemental god in the elemental plane. Fire elemental creatures would constantly enter the battlefield. Killing them would only be sending them back to their home base. This place would still be their home field. This type of battlefield was the most annoying and powerless. If there were any other possibility, I wouldn't want to face such a bottomless meat grinder at all. All right, it seems that I have no choice but to go. At a time like this, we need an expert. Eliza? You're thinking of someone else when you need her? How heartless. Of course. Do you think that she's as free as you? Of course, I wouldn't bother her for no reason. Forget it. I'll contact her later and hope that I'll be able to make it in time. At the very least, I'll give her some information. Back in the day, Eliza and Adam's small team went to intercept the Demon Wave's dimensional door. According to the plan, after I cast Ice Aeon, they would choose to take refuge in the Chaos Abyss, as well as take care of some other matters. After all, most of them were of the fire element. Based on the fact that fire and ice elements countered each other, being hit by an ice forbidden spell definitely wouldn't feel good. Forbidden spells didn't differentiate between friend and foe, and there was no mercy to be had. If they were really hit by one of my forbidden spells, even the pure fire element Elisa and Little Red would be heavily injured. If they were unlucky, it was even possible that they would be killed by accident. The end result was still acceptable. Little Red, who was capable of flying at high speeds, caught up to us and told us that we were safe. Little Red herself didn't return to the Chaos Abyss. She was doing her best to eat dusk fruits to increase her age so that she could recover her combat strength before the next trouble came. For us, traveling to the Chaos Abyss was the equivalent of a vacation. However, as the Dragon Queen of the Underground City, Little Red actually didn't have many vacations, especially since Dragon City was filled with arrogant and aloof individuals. She would have to go back regularly to keep things under control. Actually, Little Red had a capable and qualified substitute for the Dragon Queen. Yep, her mother, the former Dragon Queen Molly. However, considering her past deeds, none of us would feel reassured about her. Getting back to the main topic, after the order to mobilize was given, the Donglan army swiftly gathered. However, there was a slight problem. Considering that the mountains were still sealed off by the heavy snow, it was impossible to count on the infantry's movement speed in such a situation. Furthermore, considering that there would be limited escape routes if the volcano erupted, the main army directly gave up on all the heavy and slow infantry types and chose the Winter Hunt Knight. The Winter Hunt Knight wasn't an infantry type. Since the Mist Kingdom's royalty was holding a winter hunt, all the Night Knights from all over the Mist Kingdom had already been gathered. The speed at which the ground forces gathered was quite fast. Also, since the various feudal nobles and domain lords of Donglan were also participating in this winter hunt, there was no lack of noble Night Knights and their personal guards among the urgently gathered warriors. High-level Night Knights and warriors' numbers and quality far surpassed the norm. In just a short half a day, Definder had gathered more than 50,000 elite Night Knights. If we counted the mounts as combat strength, there would be more than 1,000 Night Knights who were at least Master or higher. It could be said that there were several thousand pure legend-ranked Night Knights. When combined, the overall combat strength would be quite impressive. Being able to participate in the winter hunt already proved that their mounts couldn't possibly be ordinary donkeys or horses that would shiver in the winter. There were military iron horses, magical beast mounts, pure-blooded Ice Plains horses with thick black and white fur, and so on. There were all sorts of strange mounts, together with the various family flags and personal battle flags, as well as the colorful armor and mounts. It gave off a rather mixed feeling. Looking down from the sky, The entire snow-white tundra had been casually sliced apart by this mixed army as if they were cutting a cake. The entire tundra was filled with all sorts of colors. Birds would flee wherever they passed, and beasts would hide. Once they started moving as a group, the Night Knight's auras would be quite astonishing. However, the situation in the sky wasn't so great. Only the new Borealis seemed to be slowly advancing. There were only a few medium-sized airships escorting it, which was far inferior to the Elven battle. The originally powerful Borealis airship had just been disbanded, and the airship escorting the Elven caravan was still on its way. It would take quite a while to reorganize and repair the Elven caravan. Only the Royal airship stationed in Definder could be mobilized in time. When considering the upcoming battle, aerial superiority would be incredibly important. Since the new Borealis had just finished a long journey in battle, it was in poor condition. The only fortunate thing was that Definder was the Aurora Knight Legion's headquarters. When the Mist Kingdom's royalty called out to us, the Aurora Knight Legion followed us as usual. We had brought 2 squadrons of 200 Aurora Knight Legion with us. This was more than enough to deal with any aerial battle at the national level. We had also temporarily hired 6 black dragons and 4 red dragons, which would be a powerful assistance. Unlike other enemies, beast stampedes were also part of the food chain. Dragons were at the top of the food chain, and they could use their draconic might and dragon roars to suppress and disperse small beast stampedes. And if we had to fight against fire elemental creatures, red dragons with incredibly high fire resistance and black dragons with full magic resistance would be the most suitable aerial forces. The only regrettable part was that these dragons were still only young or middle-aged dragons. It was impossible to hire immemorial dragons or higher. Little Red's reputation still needed to be improved. That's why I came along. A black-haired girl was munching on a disgusting fruit. During the past 2 weeks, the masked dragon queen had become quite famous for robbing people of justice points. Yep, that's right. The masked dragon queen's figure and draconic might were far too easy to recognize. However, the victims didn't dare to complain to the dragon queen. Not to mention, there weren't many robbers per person, so the matter could only be left unsettled. Actually, I personally felt that the dragons were already used to robbing each other. She was currently sitting by a window and enjoying the snowy scenery. However, I was becoming more and more curious. Shouldn't she be running back to Dragon City and being annoyed by countless tasks? I was indeed quite happy that Little Red had appeared in time, but I felt like something was off. Don't tell me that you felt like you couldn't finish all those tasks, so you just gave up and ran away. Why aren't you saying anything? Hey, you didn't really sneak out, did you? You're the Dragon Queen, the boss of Dragon City, the ruler of the underground. Can you stop acting like a naughty brat who skipped school because she didn't finish her summer homework? Aren't you the same? You're so weak already. Can you even fight right now? If we're going to make the best use of everything, you should be in the backlands dealing with government tasks. Right, I can be your bodyguard. Yep, I'm your bodyguard right now. Remember to pay me by the day. I felt rather helpless as I looked at the Dragon Queen who was spouting nonsense and acting shamelessly. However, when I considered the fact that a super red dragon like her would have an obvious advantage against fire elemental creatures, I indeed didn't intend to send her back. Fine, do whatever you want, but don't even think about hiring me. Still, if your luck is too bad, your red dragons will indeed receive the best hiring fees. Little Red had an expression of astonishment. She was just saying it casually. Could it be that she would really be able to obtain any benefits from this rescue battle? Volcanoes. If volcanoes really do appear, wouldn't your red dragons be able to migrate here en masse? Why did the silly cat bite me? Cough, cough. I was just making an analogy. I didn't mean it for real. Renee will definitely win. Behind me, Renee and the others were glaring at me with displeased expressions. If volcanoes really did appear, that would be the same as announcing the destruction of the Cheryl Autonomous Region. It would seem that I had indeed jinxed such a thing in front of a battlefield. But from a certain standpoint, I wasn't making things up. Red dragons were fire element dragons, so they liked heat and feared cold. Many red dragons weren't used to living in the Northlands, and volcanoes were the red dragons' favorite nests. If volcanoes really did appear, I could even directly build a new dragon city. Perhaps I would even be able to summon a few powerful ancient red dragons as mercenaries. I was just joking. Why are you glaring at me? Do you still remember the success rate of your jinxed mouth? If I recall correctly, it's 100%. It would seem that the Cheryl Autonomous Region is truly doomed. Every debt has a debtor. Everything is Roland's fault. Tui, silly cat, don't speak nonsense. You're ruining my reputation. Now that I'm predicting that we'll be ambushed by enemies, does that really mean report? We've encountered a large beast horde. General Reed is asking for a plan. Should we go around them or attack? Roland, I understand. From now on, I'll shut up. Actually, you can't blame me, right? The devils are all watching us. Report. There's a chaotic reaction in the sky to the southwest. Judging from the magical radar, it should be a high-level devil in aerial combat. Today's weather is really nice. I'm going to take an afternoon nap. Remember to wake me up after the battle. Chapter 679. War seemed to be the only theme in human history that couldn't be eliminated. And as the era changed, the main forces and combat methods of war would always change. In the ancient divine wars, although both sides would have incredibly high levels of power, not only would they use their power in simple and crude ways, most of the existences on both sides would fight barehanded on the battlefield. The most direct way to describe how the divine wars fought was with punches and kicks. After the eternal holy war became the main theme of this era, as the warring species constantly changed, the methods of war would also constantly change. Infantry, spear throwers, shield warriors, mages, curses, chariots, cavalry charges, and the age of cold weapons and magic caused the main forces of war to constantly change as well. During peacetime, the changes in the various species wouldn't be obvious. The main forces on the battlefield would still be the same. The only amazing thing would be that their steel armor would be thicker, and their weapons would be improved so that archers' shooting range would be increased by another 10%. But during the Holy War, all sorts of new weapons would appear, directly changing the quantity to the quality. The main forces that were supposed to be the country's strongest weapons one day would be proven useless by the cruel battlefield the next day, and would be immediately eliminated or thrown into the second line. The tremendous changes on the battlefield would make people feel that all the previous battles were nothing more than fake matches. During the World War, there would be changes every year. New troop types, new combat methods, and new strategies would be introduced. Falling behind would mean getting beaten up. When all the chips, no matter if they were resources or intelligence, were thrown into the cradle of war, and when thousands of years of accumulation were forcefully converted into combat strength, anything was possible. And now, the Holy War had officially broken out. Magical engineering technology had greatly developed and changed many things. There were countless highlights, with new troop types and equipment attracting countless gazes. However, the most obvious difference between the Holy War and the Holy War in the olden days, and the brightest among all the stars, was the widespread and commoner use of aerial units. In the past, only a single human kingdom would be able to raise a single Griffin squadron. Small and medium-sized countries that could raise aerial knights would be incredibly wealthy. However, these precious aerial knights wouldn't be used on the battlefield to kill enemies. When considering how precious they were and the cost of maintaining them, even if the price was 100, they would still feel like it was a loss. In that era, these precious empty knights were often carried by the sons of nobles. Their main job was to investigate and act as messengers. At most, they could suppress the enemy to a certain extent under absolutely safe circumstances. They could be considered a type of scout unit. Even if he really wanted the Griffin Knight to attack the ground, How could he expect the aerial knight to shoot the crossbow from the sky? That pitiful accuracy and range would be worse than spitting on the ground. At the very least, it would disgust the enemy and damage their morale. At the very least, in the Yonnya era, the expensive aerial knight was either a guard of honor or a scout. It was impossible for the bone dragons to find a decent opponent in the sky. Back when the Mist Kingdom was still around, the Aurora Knight was a top-level military unit that shook the entire world. And now, only a dozen or so years had passed. Barty's Dragon Knight Squadron, which had expanded by at least 10 times, was now a familiar sight to everyone. Everyone was already used to the airships and airships flying overhead. If anyone still viewed the Dragon Knight Squadron as nothing more than a decoration, they would obviously be behind the times. Donglan's magical engineering technology is the best in the entire world. The Mist Kingdom's technology is the best in the world. Cough! I ignored this great engineer who said something so subtle. At the very least, they had completed the mission I had given them. Our scout airships had never stopped patrolling. Our scouts had already discovered the enemy beasts' tracks before they could even see the enemy beasts. And even if the scouts' aerial knights made a mistake, our large magical radar had already locked onto the illusion face devil's amulets with the assistance of our engineers. Yes, the enemy beasts could use their monkey claw amulets to block out the enemy's tracking. But now that we had a sample of the amulets, those amulets actually became tracking devices. It was quite easy for us to use magical radar and mage detection magic items to find the enemy beast's location. The scout's memory ball transformed into an illusory scene that allowed us to see the enemy beast's battlefield. The enemy beast's battlefield was a flat road between valleys. It seemed wide, but there were tall mountains on both sides. This road was also a slightly higher mountain road. The rugged terrain forced the Night Knights to slow down. As long as the enemy beasts blocked the path in front of them and suddenly attacked from both sides of the mountain, it would indeed be possible to completely wipe out all the Night Knights gathered together. Our radar also discovered the illusion face devil's tracks from both sides of the mountain, which allowed us to indirectly piece together the enemy beast's attack plan. Spread out, Sunban. I mean the Phoenix airships and Aurora Knight. Little Red, stop slacking off. Have your dragons cooperate with us. The Borealis hovered in midair as its cabin doors slowly opened. More than 40 Gnome Phoenix airships and nearly 100 Aurora Knight airships swarmed out. The dragons that were protecting the airship also began moving out. Another order had been given. All the Night Knights on the ground were to stay where they were. The upcoming battle would have nothing to do with ground troops. 8 years ago, in a country war, if a dragon appeared on one side, even if it was a young dragon that hadn't even grown a single wing, the enemy's morale would probably collapse. But now, it would be strange if more than a dozen dragons didn't appear on that battlefield. Dragons are basically the most common troop type. On the radar, the dragon head symbol representing the dragons was slowly glowing. For red dragons were flying rather quickly and had already reached the very front of the group. Red dragons were experts in aerial combat, as well as the vanguard of ambushes. Their dragon breath flames that swept across the ground were classic and practical. The warlike red dragons also used their actions to express their desire for battle. Of course, they also desired gold coins. The payment for hiring dragons was directly related to their combat results. Young dragons would naturally desire a carpet of gold coins in their nests, as that would be the prerequisite for them to obtain the love of a female dragon. How were they supposed to get married if they didn't have a marriage room? Young male dragons actually had the same problem as humans. Meanwhile, the 6 black dragon heads flew much slower. They were quite scattered and guarded the sides in front of the group, faintly acting as guards for the weak Phoenix airships in the middle of the group. This wasn't a coincidence. Rather, it was a tactical arrangement that we had made for the Phoenix airships. Black dragons, flying, and aerial combat abilities couldn't compare to red dragons. Their melee combat abilities were only slightly stronger than the shame of dragons, the white dragons. Their corrosive dragon breath had a limited range, and its effects were slow. However, they were still viewed as a powerful dragon species. The only reason for that was because their species' natural talents were far too powerful. Of course, true magic immunity. Black dragons were immune to magic. Of course, it was impossible for anyone to truly be immune to magic. Black dragons' magic immunity was only said to be frightening. Actually, black dragons' natural talents were quite similar to the dark elves' natural talents. They simply had a powerful magic resistance. However, when facing off against novice human mages, this was no different from being immune to magic. The older a black dragon was, the stronger their magic resistance would be. Although we had only hired young and middle-aged dragons, they were still immune to all magic spells below the 7th circle, and would greatly reduce the damage of all magic spells below the 9th circle. Their task was quite simple. They were to protect other aerial units and act as meat shields when necessary. Heavy crossbows, instant cast spells, and magic scrolls were the main weapons of aerial combat. Since speed was the most important aspect of aerial combat, these young black dragons wouldn't have too many magic circles. These young black dragons could barely be described as an impregnable flying fortress against ordinary mages and aerial combat mages. When they arrived, just the dragon's might of the crimson dragon that seeped out immediately attracted the opponent's attention. In the midst of the chaos, the aerial units in the beast wave began to fight. However, the red dragon's dragon breath arrived first. The dragon's might, which was at the top of the food chain, was fatal to the beast wave. In front of the dragons, the low-level flying magical beasts could only tremble. They didn't even dare to fly up and fight back. Meanwhile, the magic vultures, thunder rocks, wyverns, manticores, and other mid-level and high-level magical beasts that were barely able to fly weren't greeted by the angry roars of the dragons. Instead, they were greeted by the Aurora Knights' assault. Countless ice shards flew everywhere. In the instant that the magical beast's vision became hazy, the Aurora Knights' ice dragon spears viciously stabbed into the flying magical beasts' bodies. The exploding ice magic stole the victim's life force and body temperature. This was the Aurora Knights' most commonly used aerial combat combo. In just a single exchange, the powerful mid-level and high-level magical beasts all fell to the ground like dumplings. Using the Aurora Knight in the past was actually a mistake. Rather than using them on land attacks, it would be better to make use of their advantages as instant cast ice magic and aerial heavy armor units, allowing them to have a tremendous advantage in aerial combat. Unlike the aerial magical beasts that relied on their instincts to fight, the Aurora Knight, who were already used to battle tactics, always maintained a formation of several riders. They maintained the advantage of having more than one rider in a small area. When they encountered top-level magical beasts that were difficult to deal with, they would directly go around them and let the thick-skinned dragons deal with them. During battle tactics, using the dragons in the same team as meat shields to avoid attacks was a very important tactical point. As aerial combat units, the dragons were also thick-skinned enough to ignore ordinary arrows and magic. This was the most shameless part about them. At this moment, around each dragon, there were 2 teams of 8 to 10 Aurora Knight flying around. This was a basic aerial combat unit. The Aurora Knights' cooperation with each other was also quite skilled. They created large AoE blizzards to affect their opponents, created ice armor and ice walls to defend against their opponents' attacks, suddenly attacked from the sides or behind the dragons, and ambushed them. A single team of Aurora Knights charged forward, and magical beasts constantly fell to the ground. The sky was completely cleared. It was quite obvious that in the Red Dragon team, the Red Dragons were the vanguard and would charge forward. Meanwhile, the Black Dragons were much slower. The Black Dragons were mostly used as meat shields for the aerial Knights. This was a battle of tactics and instincts. Perhaps it could also be said that it was a one-sided battle. The magical beasts that were only relying on their instincts to fight were completely stunned. Faced with an unstoppable opponent, The beast's survival instincts swiftly gained the upper hand amidst the dragon's roars, draconic might, and pitiful screams of their own. No matter how the illusion-faced demons urged them, a large number of aerial magical beasts began to desert, even though they outnumbered their opponents by more than 10 times. At this moment, the fragile Phoenix aircrafts finally arrived on the battlefield after their aerial dominance was guaranteed. They began their work. This time, their mission was exactly the same as the previous demon wave. Numerous bottles and barrels of magical potions were tossed down. The improved special potions were even more effective than the previous demon wave. Soon, the beasts began to riot due to the effects of hormones and special potions. This was the foundational difference between the two sides when it came to combat, as well as the difference between intelligent creatures and wild beasts. Targeted potions, advanced combat tools, and combat methods would determine the victor from the very start. The improved potions were very effective. The wild beasts' ferocity and reproductive instincts were stimulated, and the only targets they could vent on were their own kind. The entire beast horde became a sea of infighting. Once the aerial dominance was secured, the Aurora Knight and dragons began their next round of aerial attacks. However, they discovered that the damage they were causing was far inferior to the beast horde that was self-harming due to the potions. Thus, they focused on protecting the aircrafts, replenishing their ammunition, and continuing to scatter potions. The Phoenix aircrafts replenished their potions 4 or 5 times before the ambushers were almost completely wiped out. Even though it was winter, the smell of blood still wafted through the air. Corpses of magical beasts could be seen everywhere. It was likely that we wouldn't even be able to find the remnants of illusion-faced demons in the chaotic mountains. After the illusion-faced demon died, the beast horde began to flee in all directions due to the threat of the dragons and powerful enemies. We had obtained victory, and our own losses were negligible. However, I was unable to feel happy at all. We wasted an entire afternoon, and even used up more than half of our special potions. Those bastards don't know how to treasure their ammunition at all. The most troublesome part is that the enemy managed to predict our path of reinforcements. In that case, they definitely have a backup plan. Chapter 680. The name Cheryl Autonomous Region explained many things. It wasn't a country. It was merely a self-managed territory. In fact, for quite a long period of time, Cheryl had been isolated from the diplomatic circle of the entire Northlands. In this fantasy world that was dominated by feudalism, human domain lords and nobles were a type of status, as well as a type of bloodline responsibility. Of course, it was also a type of power. In Aichi, which had nothing to do with peace, nobles had a series of enviable privileges. For example, as long as they surrendered in time, they would be able to keep their lives, and as long as they paid a sufficient amount of ransom, they would be able to return home with relative dignity. Of course, this was only limited to internal conflicts between humans. This was also why human nobles would fight to the death whenever they encountered a foreign war. It would be either you or I who died on the battlefield, and internal conflicts wouldn't be as intense. Another privilege that people envied was that only nobles could become domain lords. This was an unspoken rule that made people feel helpless. However, most people took it for granted. There were very few methods for commoners to become nobles. The most reliable method was to use brute force to develop uncultivated land. Even if one succeeded in developing a new territory, such a knight would be viewed as inferior by others. At the very least, it would be impossible for such a knight to enter the circle of major nobles for at least 3 or 4 generations. Such a relatively closed concept of social class existed in every country. Nobles in every country would marry each other, which deepened the circle culture. Even if a country was destroyed, local domain lords and nobles would still exist, which greatly weakened royal authority. There would often be situations where the royal family would still fight to the death against a powerful enemy, while the nobles would surrender to the enemy because they had a better bargaining chip. Noble heraldry only studied the history, family emblems, bloodline inheritance, benefits of nobility, and inheritance rights of nobles. It was now a specialized subject that would take several years just to study. From a certain standpoint, it was quite boring, cough, cough. It was a type of culture. As for Cheryl Autonomous Region, even though it couldn't be called an independent country, the domain Lord Habel family was actually recognized by the Northland's noble circles. This was because Kakagar Habel's bloodline originated from the Mist Kingdom, and he had once been a local noble of the Mist Kingdom. Things like history and ancestors' honor were not worth mentioning when you met someone who didn't acknowledge you. But if you threw it into the circle of nobles who talked about ancestors' honor every day, it would be a big deal. Unlike the relatively stable central regions of Ike, the Northland's nobles didn't have a long history. The map of the various countries kept changing, and a family with a history of 300 or 400 years was already considered quite old. As for the Haber family that originated from the Mist Kingdom, they weren't recognized when the people of the Mist were in decline. But when the people of the Mist rose again in power in the Northlands, the Haber family instantly got a free ride. That was why, even though he was just a feudal lord of an autonomous region, Cunning Fox Kakagallal dared to shout at the counts and marquises of various countries. With the advantage of being a landlord and his past reputation, the feudal lords of various countries really obeyed his orders and sent out their own bodyguards and mercenaries. After all, this wasn't a civil war between human kingdoms. Once the defense line was broken, the hungry beasts wouldn't spare your life just because you had a noble bloodline. On the contrary, the tender skin and fat bodies of noble children who lived like princes were even more delicious. Damn it! Just where did these beast waves come from? The mercenaries clearly drove away all the beast hordes on the map. Faced with the endless beast hordes, Cheryl's autonomous region had already given up on all of its outer defense lines. The outer cities were all conquered, and the villagers who didn't manage to evacuate in time had no chance of surviving. In front of the beast hordes, the formerly famous Cheryl guards and mercenaries performed quite poorly. Their organization was in chaos, and they lacked manpower. The long-term lack of training meant that they didn't even have enough weapons and equipment. They lost their lives for nothing, and there were even deserters who appeared under the threat of the beasts. Cheryl's autonomous region used its own misfortune to teach all the Northland's domain lords present a lesson. Even if they were in a period of internal peace, they still couldn't hand over their own sword to others. There were over 20,000 professional soldiers, but less than 4,000 of them could actually participate in battle. Meanwhile, the temporary mercenaries and bodyguards that were gathered here, and there were easily 10,000 strong squadrons. This was actually quite normal. In this day and age, with the threat of beast hordes in the wild, it was quite normal for a domain lord to bring over 100 mercenaries and bodyguards with him. Several hundred nobles easily gathered an armed force of over 10,000 people. Not only that, they were all personal guards, professional bodyguards, mage consultants, and so on. Cheryl's combat strength seemed to be even stronger than the regular army. Those who only brought 1 or 2 bodyguards and dared to wander around the entire Northlands were even better. After all, that only meant that a single powerful individual's power level was comparable to over 100 professional warriors. The nobler a person's status was, the stronger their ability to disguise themselves would be. Cheryl's autonomous region currently had many members of the royal family and major nobles. Rather than temporarily mobilizing and organizing commoners to act as a defense line, it would be better to find these people to save their lives. Gagger lived up to his reputation as a sly fox. He managed to find a way out of a desperate situation. His own reputation and relationship with the Mist Kingdom also made his summons effective. Now, it was all thanks to the mercenaries and bodyguards that the domain lords brought over. With the advantage of the city walls, they managed to create a temporary defense line that successfully blocked the beast hordes. However, nobody knew how long they could last against the endless beast hordes in the wild. The only thing they could hope for was that reinforcements would arrive as soon as possible. The Eagle tribe? They should be the closest reinforcements. The barbarian tribe that was allied with the Cheryl Autonomous Region lived in a mountainous region not far from Cheryl. They were the most likely reinforcements to arrive. However, only Gagger himself knew that he couldn't count on his trustworthy barbarian allies. They've made a lot of money selling ores these past few years. Who would still want to live in the mountains and suffer from the cold? Most of their members have moved to the big cities to enjoy life. There are only a few miners left in the mountains. From a certain standpoint, what the barbarians would do after earning money was indeed worth discussing. Perhaps some people would think that the barbarians would use their money to improve or repair their own villages. However, the barbarians of the Eagle tribe gave the most direct answer. They would take their money to the cities and become rich. Since they'd already become rich, why would they still stay in the mountains bare-chested? The nearby barbarian elves and beastmen tribes? They should still have enough combat strength, right? Let's pay them to help us at all costs. There were quite a few mixed bloods among the residents of the Cheryl Autonomous Region. However, those who lived in the city were mostly mixed bloods who had accepted human culture. The mixed blood tribes that worshipped the beastmen's totemic culture and the elves' mountain lifestyle were also scattered outside the city of the Cheryl Autonomous Region. The mixed blood tribes maintained a seemingly distant relationship with the Cheryl Autonomous Region. They often traveled down the mountains to the city to purchase daily necessities. However, they always refused to assimilate into human culture. Their combat strength was outstanding. If it had been 8 years ago, it would have been a good idea to ask for reinforcements from them since they were of the same origin. However, right now, Gagger was filled with regret. He regretted that he had acted so quickly and so viciously. There are still primitive barbarian tribes in this world. Our tourism plan has opened up all of those tribes to the public as tourist attractions. All sorts of bandit strongholds and tribal streets are well received by tourists. Those barbaric, mixed-blood warriors, they couldn't have all been killed or exiled. The guard leader had an astonished expression. As the leader's personal guard, he had never heard of such a thing before. Could it be that there had been a secret, bloody massacre? Is this something from that generation? In this day and age, who would still do such a thing? Rather than fighting and killing, it would be better to get rich together. They took a large amount of compensation for their relocation. Those who wanted to live with the elves could directly go to the kingdom of the elves to buy houses and residences. After all, the Mist Alliance had the support of the elves, so they weren't afraid of being bullied. Those who wanted to experience real Beastman life could directly take the compensation and go to the Beastman Plains. I just received a letter from them a few months ago. They're living like emperors. Even the mixed blood can spend money to buy a tribe leader. Even I'm envious of their simple lives. From a certain standpoint, the Cheryl Autonomous Region had also risen in power. The result of every inch of land around it being worth its weight in gold was that everyone was only interested in money. All the potential reinforcements had been developed and opened up to the outside world. All that was left were merchants who wanted to get rich together with everyone else. Hoping for merchants to fight on the battlefield? That would be blatant murder. Perhaps Gagger wasn't the best leader in the Northlands, but he was still a publicly acknowledged talent in the Northlands, an outstanding business genius. But now he had an expression of helplessness and regret. I can only hope that the Mist Kingdom catches up. Their fleet should be able to make it in time. No, for the sake of my future gold coins, they must make it in time. Chapter 681. Considering the great distance between the Mist Kingdom and the Cheryl Autonomous Region, I had already expected this scene when Donglan's reinforcements were ambushed multiple times by beasts. What a spectacular sight! In the distance, there was a volcano erupting into the sky. A large amount of gas and volcanic debris were mixed together, forming a thick layer of gray smoke. Amidst the smoke and dust that filled the sky, the core of the volcano lit up with flames. Lava slowly flowed from the surroundings, and the high temperature began to burn the entire land. The powerful eruption sent volcanic debris all the way to the stratosphere. The sky was filled with suffocating volcanic ash and floating rocks. Even though we were far away, we could still feel the great power of nature. No matter what was in between, it probably couldn't survive. Cheryl Autonomous Region is finished. Along the way, we met with more than 10 interceptions. However, the total number of ambushes we encountered wasn't as many as the first time. There were also a few flying magical beasts wandering around. It was obvious that they were there to slow us down. If that was the case, we should have been able to reach the volcano last night. The volcano shouldn't have been activated yet. However, those devils had taken advantage of the snowy mountains terrain to create several avalanches and blow up 2 bridges, forcing us to take a detour and slow down. This was a typical devil tactic. Not only would they do anything to achieve their goals, they wouldn't even give us a chance to fight them head-on. When our reinforcements were repeatedly delayed, we were already prepared for the worst. In the end, we saw a volcano erupt right before our eyes. Kakagar, on this day next year, I'll be sure to visit your grave. The volcano really did erupt. Roland Crowbeak, how do you feel? Ding. You have obtained the title Roland Jinx. After equipping it, you can use long-range causality attacks, but it is only limited to specific attacks, such as I think it's fine as long as it doesn't catch fire, or this volcano will definitely not erupt. I helplessly stared at the sky. This definitely wasn't because of my foul mouth. This was obviously the enemy's plan. From the very start, we were steps slower than them, allowing them to successfully carry out their plan. How could I be blamed for my foul mouth? Kakagar, rest in peace. Although you've been making a bit too much money over the past few years, I'll take revenge for you, even if it's for the sake of the Mist Kingdom's remnant species. Kakagalal isn't dead. Our people have already found him. Although he's in a sorry state, he's in good spirits. I wanted to say a few words to lighten the mood, but I was interrupted in the middle of my speech. I couldn't believe the terrifying scene of the end of the world in the distance. How did they survive? Originally, they were all waiting to die, but last night, the beast tide voluntarily opened up a path, and someone even shouted for them to be let go. In the end, all of them really walked out after one night. I was stunned. You can do that? Wait, does that mean that the beast tide made way for them? No. Does that mean that if they had continued to stand their ground, they could have held on until we arrived? Calculating the time, that's indeed the case. It seems like this is also the reason why the opponent allowed them to escape. I was rendered speechless. It would seem that our traveling day and night had been effective. At the very least, the beast stampede and the illusion-faced devil behind the scenes were afraid of our arrival, which allowed the Shaywin people to escape. Based on my understanding of Gagalol, he would unhesitatingly grab onto this life-saving straw to escape, even if he could faintly guess that reinforcements were about to arrive. Forget it. Since things have come to this, it's better to be alive than dead. How is that fat fox? He hasn't taken things too hard just because he went bankrupt overnight, has he? The attendant's expression became rather strange. Finally, he gave me the answer that I wanted to hear. He hasn't. The first thing he said when he met us scouts was, "Goddess of Wealth, it seems that I'll have to change my business to volcano tourism in the future. I hope that I'll be able to earn back what I lost while I'm still alive." Puffed. He's actually thinking about making money? The moment I said this, everyone around me started laughing, which finally lightened up the atmosphere. I shook my head and sighed. 8 years ago, when I first met Gagalol, he was still a far-sighted leader and tactician. Now, after only a few years of doing business, he had completely transformed into a merchant. But no matter what, it was a good thing that Gagalol was fine. Now, some of us were even taking off our thick winter clothes. It would seem that this year's weather was truly going to change drastically. Perhaps it really would be possible to start a tourism business. Wag. At this moment, the angry roars of ferocious beasts in the distance attracted our attention. Our aerial steeds brought back images of gigantic fire beasts walking out of the volcano. Countless middle-sized and small-sized fire elementals were also jumping out of the nearby lava. It would seem that the fire elemental plane's dimensional door had opened as planned. We were in for some fun. Let's first construct a defensive line. Tisk, it's so hard to relax. We had already sent out orders to rescue the refugees. Due to certain reasons, the Mist Kingdom's warriors were quite experienced in disaster relief. The sudden arrival of our reinforcements obviously gave the mastermind behind the scenes a lot of pressure. They gave up on their plan to surround and annihilate Cheryl. Although the Cheryl Free State region was finished, the loss of population was still acceptable. When the Berserk Fire elementals arrived from another plane, the first to fight them weren't the humans from the mortal plane. Instead, it was the beast wave that was still lingering here. The moment that the volcano erupted, the Northland's beasts that were naturally afraid of fire broke free from their control. If the illusion-faced devils hadn't escaped in time, they would likely have become snacks for their own subordinates. The remaining beasts were chased by the fire elementals and finally fell into a desperate situation. It would seem that we wouldn't need to worry about next year's beast wave. From a certain standpoint, these beasts had become sacrifices for the opening of the dimensional door under the devil's control. As the Northland's combat strength increased, beast waves were becoming less and less of a problem. As long as one could find a way to deal with these irrational beasts, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with them. Regular armies didn't need to fear the beasts. If it wasn't for the fact that the Cheryl Free State region had been in such a terrible state over the past few years, it would have been possible for them to deal with the beast wave. However, a beast wave was one thing, while an elemental invasion was another. The former consisted of irrational and unorganized beasts, while the latter consisted of an army led by an elemental lord. Try one. Stop joking around. I don't have such an ability in my current state. Besides, even if I really try one, it might not be of any use. As I looked at the volcano before me, I regretfully gave up on using a forbidden spell. It would be quite tempting to use an Ice Aeon spell while the devils were still unstable and would be able to earn countless points. Unfortunately, in my current state, not to mention a forbidden spell, I couldn't even cast an ice magic spell above the 5th circle. And even if the devils were foolish enough to make me chant a forbidden spell for several days, it would be meaningless to simply extinguish the flames before me. The dimensional door leading to the fire elemental plane would definitely be located at the place where the flames were the most intense. Right now, it was likely that the dimensional door was at the bottom of the volcano. Even if I used a forbidden spell to extinguish the flames, that would only be a temporary solution. Just like during the demon wave, as long as I didn't cut off the dimensional door, there would be an endless stream of elemental creatures. This was the most troublesome aspect of the Holy War. Before the Holy War, there would be many restrictions placed on the dimensional door in the mortal plane. Any teleportation would require a high or low price. For example, once a dimensional door was opened, it would be impossible to close it. Teleportation would be as difficult as visiting a neighbor. An ordinary small-scale battle would easily become a meat grinder of a long, drawn-out battle. Perhaps this is the devil's goal. They want to borrow the power of the fire elemental plane to stall us. The devil's scheme had already been realized. Some things weren't difficult to guess. In order to overturn the Mist Alliance, which was becoming stronger and stronger, a sufficiently large price would be required. However, the residents of the lower planes were obviously unwilling to fight to the death against the Mist Alliance. However, the devils were most familiar with finding a third party to give the devils some trouble. The flames in the distance were rising higher and higher. The opening of the dimensional door allowed the power of the fire elemental plane to surge in. The rapid increase in temperature indicated a change in the environment. However, the violent fire elementals had no intentions of leaving the volcano. They were also accumulating power in preparation for the upcoming elemental war. It would seem that we need a sufficiently solid line of defense. Renee, summon all the leaders of the Mist Alliance. Don't forget to inform the Great Snow Mountain Magical Realm and the Contract Hero Guild that we need to have a proper discussion. Even if you don't want to make trouble with the Chaos faction, the Chaos faction will make trouble for you. Chapter 682. From a certain standpoint, the volcano eruption was both accidental and inevitable. We had made many preparations in order to deal with the Holy War. The entire Northlands was now united, and the Northlands Alliance, which was difficult to deal with and didn't have many benefits, would only become stronger and stronger as time passed. This sounded excellent, but while you were scheming against others, others would also be scheming against you. Although the Northlands would be difficult to deal with without any benefits, the wise wouldn't choose such a troublesome opponent. The Chaos faction had forcefully found the fire elemental plane, which didn't care about any benefits or losses, and forcefully dragged the Northlands into the battlefield as well. You want to accumulate power by yourself and easily become the final victor? Dream on. The world isn't as easy as you think. The Chaos faction taught us a lesson by teaching us that plans couldn't keep up with changes. In this day and age, nobody was an idiot. But from a strategic standpoint, this wasn't without any benefits. At the very least, we were now more and more confident in refusing to ask for reinforcements from other countries. I'm truly sorry. We really want to help you as well, but we're also having a difficult time on the battlefield. Your Highness Roland, which plan do you think is the most suitable? Many plans went through my mind, but in the end, nothing came of it. The reason? We were currently in the middle of a meeting of the highest level in the Mist Alliance. Every country had either sent a representative, a king, or a prince. Our small tent was filled to the brim. Even the major domain lords could only stand outside and enjoy the wind. Meanwhile, the people inside the tent couldn't come to an agreement no matter what. It had already been 1 week since the Cheryl Autonomous Region had been destroyed. All sorts of rescue missions had already begun. The Cheryl Autonomous Region didn't have a large population to begin with, so it was quite easy for the Mist Alliance to absorb the population. Kakagar, who should have had some objections, was now completely filled with gold coins. It wasn't that we didn't want to help the Cheryl Autonomous Region reclaim its territory. It was just that there was nothing we could do about the endless volcanoes before us. A new dimensional battlefield had appeared in the Northlands. This was a major event that involved all of the Northlands. It was only natural that we would invite the leaders of every country to come and discuss countermeasures. But what made us feel helpless was that we were still unable to come to an agreement. Those who are closer feel that it's a threat. They want to use the Mist Alliance's power to quickly extinguish the flames. This is understandable, but it's truly impossible. However, some lords believe that it's enough to just isolate the area and increase the temperature of the northern lands. In the long run, it might not be a bad thing. Some major nobles even believed that the Mist Kingdom was too powerful due to its close relationship with the ice elemental plane. Perhaps a new ice elemental plane would be an opportunity for other countries. In fact, some nobles were even secretly trying to contact the fire elemental lord. Everyone proposed their own solutions for the sake of their own benefits. Of course, they wouldn't directly state their own benefits. They would simply use the Great Mist Alliance's name to promote their own ideas. However, it was obvious that none of them would be able to convince the other party with their own opinions, so the conference could only drag on indefinitely. Since the Mist Alliance was an alliance between countries, it was necessary for the Mist Alliance to listen to the other countries' suggestions. There was no point in wasting time like this, and the boring procedures would still have to be completed. But in the end, the biggest member would be the one to make the final decision. Yep, in the end, it would be up to Renee herself. Of course, it would be up to me as well. I tossed all the proposals aside. Some people were used to thinking too much. I wouldn't even look at these proposals. Communicate with a fire elemental lord? Do you know the fire elemental language? Besides, do you know what the elemental war represents? That's a mortal grudge. Do you really think that it's possible to stop it now? I didn't tell the entire truth. Actually, it would be possible to communicate with an elemental expert. If I asked the wind elemental god or the earth elemental god, they might even be able to mediate. However, I didn't believe that it would be a good thing to make peace with the fire elemental plane right now. Water and fire were incompatible. The ice elemental plane and the fire elemental plane would forever be mortal enemies. Since we had chosen the ice elemental plane as our ally, not to mention that Frigid Maw and the people of the mist had been friends for thousands of years, there was absolutely no need for us to change sides. Temperature rise is a good thing? Do you know what it means for all the snow on the Great Snow Mountain and all the glaciers in the North Sea to melt? I hope that by the time the Great Flood arrives, you'll have learned how to swim or even become frogs. I didn't lie, but I also didn't tell the entire truth. Melting all the ice and snow in one go would transform the entire Northlands into a vast ocean. However, even 10 more fire elemental gods wouldn't be able to accomplish such a feat. Slowly increasing the temperature year by year would have an acceptable effect on the environment, just like how the ice elemental plane was causing the temperature to drop every year. I wouldn't even consider their proposal. In the Mist Alliance's grand plan, ice and low temperatures would be our natural barriers. The ice elemental plane would be our natural ally. Burning our own barriers for warmth before winter passed would be incredibly foolish. I wouldn't explain the specifics to these domain lords and kings, because that would mean countless explanations and negotiations. There would also be endless assumptions and differences in interests. Rather than telling the truth, which would cause a series of problems, I would rather use a true lie to obtain an agreement. After all, this would be far more efficient. The truth wasn't in the hands of just a few. Everyone had their own interests. In the end, they would choose the truth that suited their own interests. The so-called majority was the gathering of various interests. Whether or not my lie would be exposed wasn't important. What was important was that this was the will of the 2 major Mist Kingdoms, which would soon become the will of the entire Mist Alliance. From today onwards, the volcano region where the Cheryl Autonomous Region used to be is now viewed as enemy territory. The fire elemental plane and the fire elemental lords are the mortal enemies of the entire Mist Alliance. According to the Mist Alliance's wartime regulations, any traitors shall be mercilessly executed. Everyone in the tent suddenly fell silent after I said these words in a calm and decisive tone. Some people opened their mouths and exchanged glances, but ultimately didn't say anything. Judging from everyone's expressions of disbelief, the Mist Kingdom's representatives in the past had never been so direct and forceful. That was to be expected. Renee and Glena were both women, and they were far too young. Their administrative methods would definitely be softer, and they would seek to coordinate rather than dictate. As for me, when considering my past reputation, I felt that I was indeed quite suitable for playing the role of a bad cop and dictator. And so I directly picked up the pile of documents and casually tossed them into the trash can next to the table in front of all the rulers. Since we've all come to an agreement, let's carry it out as soon as possible. Have the Allied military begin preparing to construct a defensive line. Yep, since nobody dared to object to what I said. This meant that we had all come to an agreement. Now that all our plans were useless, let's start from the moment that we treated the fire elemental plane as our mortal enemy and start making new plans to deal with it. How boring. Every time I want to do something, there's always someone causing trouble for me. I can understand that humans are social creatures and that scheming is almost instinctive. But every time something like this happens, I miss the undead who only know how to listen to orders. Boss words are always correct. It's so simple and direct. I took a deep breath as I gazed at the distant volcano. I stomped my feet and jumped slightly to warm up my body. The arguing in the tent behind me was getting louder and louder, but I didn't intend to pay attention to them. From the very start, I had never intended to listen to their opinions. The Iron Triangle in the Mist Alliance was becoming more and more stable. with the Mist Kingdom, the Underground, and the Shilua Empire all under my control. Even if the other countries allied together, they wouldn't be able to do anything. As the Holy War progressed, efficiency would often be the priority in order to better deal with it. If everything needed to be agreed upon and all the allied countries came up with the same plan, then there would be no need to do anything at all. This time, even though this was an emergency meeting to discuss an unexpected situation, it was also a method to give the other allied countries a warning. Only one voice was needed in an unbreakable alliance during a time of war, and this voice could only come from Definder. After I played the bad cop, Renee and Glina would naturally play the good cop and make up for the cracks in the alliance. However, the fact that the Mist Kingdom had the final say in the Mist Alliance was right in front of everyone's eyes. The other allied countries needed to understand their own weight in order to prevent even worse situations from occurring. And while the Mist Alliance's political world seemed peaceful, there were actually endless undercurrents. In that case, it was even more necessary for me to play the bad cop. Is there any news? Marquis Ben and Prince Steele have been quite active recently. Many major nobles are in private contact with them. The news that the Mist Alliance isn't the Mist Alliance of the Mist Kingdom, but the Northlanders was spread by them as well. It said that they're secretly promoting humanism and excluding other species. They've really attracted quite a few people. The Kusala Kingdom? There'll always be people who can't accept this. Make it clean and don't leave any loose ends. Oh wait, let's leave some loose ends. Make it more obvious and die a more pitiful death, so that everyone can see the consequences of playing tricks at this time. Schemers and ambitious schemers weren't actually wrong. Everyone would always think for themselves. If a politician didn't think for their own country or people's interests and instead only thought for themselves, that would be nothing more than a despicable politician. Only a first-rate politician who tied their own interests to their country and species' interests. But at this critical juncture, trying to split apart the Mist Alliance to increase their own political power was obviously underestimating our determination to prepare for war. There was no need to continue wasting time. In front of absolute power, the entire Northlands Alliance was becoming more and more stable. These people who couldn't see the situation clearly were nothing more than clowns sent out by the masterminds behind the scenes to test the waters. But if the Mist Kingdom retreated, that would be the equivalent of someone testing their limits. In relationships between countries, patience wasn't a virtue. It was weakness. As long as you showed signs of fatigue, a chain reaction would naturally follow. Since you've all reached out, then I'll just directly chop it off.